Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits received in evidence, stipulations between the parties, and that's something that the parties both agree to, and judicially noticed facts. Judicially noticed fact is something of the nature of, in the United States, January 1st is celebrated as New Year's Day. After the prosecution offers their evidence, the defendants may present evidence on their own behalf, but they're not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendants, Mr. Cooper and Cichuniec in this case, are presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove their guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Cooper and Mr. Cichuniec do not have to prove their innocence, call any witnesses, or even introduce any evidence. You have to decide what testimony you believe. You should carefully consider the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness testifies. Consider the witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, and demeanor and manner while on the stand. Consider the witness's means of knowledge, ability to observe, and strength of memory. Consider also any relationship each witness may have to either side of the case, the manner in which each witness might be affected by the verdict, and the extent to which, if at all, each witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence which affects the credibility of the witness's testimony. You as the jury may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it or none of it. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will give you the rules of law that you are to use in reaching a verdict. I will read those rules of law to you, and you will be allowed to take a paper copy with you back into the jury room during your deliberations. After you've heard all the evidence and the jury instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make closing arguments. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. The prosecuting attorney will have the opportunity to reply to the closing argument made by the defendants. You will then go into the jury room and deliberate on a verdict. Your purpose as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based solely upon the evidence and the law that I give you in the jury instructions. At times during the trial, attorneys may make objections. This simply means the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. It's the duty of an attorney to object to evidence which he or she believes may not properly be offered under the law. Do not draw conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness may not answer the question. If I overrule an objection, it means I've decided the point against the attorney who made the objection. As jurors, you must draw no inference from a question or speculate as to what a witness might have said if permitted to answer the question where I sustain the objection. At other times, I may instruct you not to consider a particular statement that was made. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or I've instructed you to disregard. That evidence must be treated as if you had never seen or heard it. It's my job to decide the rules of law that apply in this case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some of the instructions and ignore others. Even if you disagree or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules of law, you must follow them. You will then apply the rules to the facts that you've determined from the evidence. In this way, you will determine whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of a defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. During the trial, I may need to speak to the lawyers outside of your presence. Sometimes you may be asked to leave the courtroom while I discuss these matters with the lawyers. We try to limit those interruptions as much as possible. Do not infer from any ruling or from anything I say during this trial that I hold any views, either for or against any of the parties. You've been provided with notebooks which contain a bit of information about the case. They should all be numbered. These notebooks may only be used in the courtroom and in the jury room during your deliberations. You may not take them home with you or remove them from the courtroom until instructed to do so. You have some note-taking materials, and you're not required to take notes, but as was mentioned, this trial is certainly going to take, you know, several weeks, and there's going to be a lot of testimony, I expect, and a lot of evidence to consider. Your decision whether or not to take notes is certainly up to you, but what I'll let you know is occasionally when the jury starts deliberating, I will get a question from the jury, can we get the transcript of the testimony of witness A, B, or C? And the answer is typically no. If that inspires you to take notes, you're certainly welcome to do so. If you take notes, you should not allow your note-taking to detract from your close and careful attention you must pay to the witnesses during their testimony. Do not try to summarize all of the evidence or testimony if you're taking notes. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely upon your memory as much as possible and not upon your notes or notes of other jurors. The notes should be used to help refresh your recollection. You must leave your notes in the jury notebook. Nobody else will read your notes. Quite frankly, what we do is once a trial is completed, we simply pile up and shred the jurors' notes. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the prosecution to make their opening statement. I believe I've allowed 70 minutes. Should be on. Let me try something.
This is Elijah McClain. On the night of August 24th, 2019, Elijah was a healthy 23-year-old young man. He lived in Aurora, and he worked as a massage therapist at the Massage Envy in Greenwood Village. These pictures were taken by his coworker at a little work party just 2 weeks before he was killed. On the evening of August 24th, 2019, Elijah left his house around 10:30, take a short walk to his local gas station to buy a few cans of iced tea. He was actually wearing almost exactly the same clothes that night as he is in this picture here. And then he left the gas station and he started to walk home, listening to his headphones, had his iPhone in one hand and his plastic grocery bag of iced tea in the other. Not 30 minutes later, Elijah would be assaulted and killed by these defendants. Jeremy Cooper and Peter Cichuniec were called to help Elijah McClain, to give him medical treatment. He was their patient, but they didn't do one thing that night to give him medical treatment. Instead, while he lay face down on the ground, not speaking, barely moving, the defendants injected him with an overdose of a powerful sedative, a drug that Elijah had no medical need for, and the defendants had no medical purpose to give. The evidence will show that the defendants to give this injection was wrong in every way. They gave him that injection without doing one single thing to assess his condition. They didn't speak a single word to him or touch him with a single finger. They gave him that injection in violation of every single step of the training and protocols that they were supposed to follow. They gave Elijah, who weighed 140 pounds, a dose of that sedative for a 220-pound man, the maximum dose they were allowed to give to anyone. And they gave him that injection knowing exactly what the risks were. And then they left him down on the ground, on his stomach, unconscious, unable to breathe, dying. The evidence will show that the defendant's conduct was not mistaken. It wasn't just careless or sloppy. It was much worse. At every single step, they acted with a total disregard for Elijah McClain as their patient, as a person, and they killed Elijah McClain. I want to start by taking you through a brief timeline of the events that happened that night so that you have context to put the evidence into. As Elijah walked home from the gas station that night, 3 Aurora police officers would grab him, take him down to the ground, put him into 2 carotid holds. A carotid hold is where you put someone's neck in the crook of your elbow like that, and you squeeze the sides of their neck to cut off the blood flow to their brain and make them pass out. And because that's dangerous to do, if police do it, they have to call for medical assistance. And so they called for medical assistance from Aurora Fire Rescue and these defendants. And when the defendants arrived at the scene a few minutes later, Elijah was handcuffed on the ground, 2 officers easily restraining him. By this point, he had already gone unconscious and had vomited multiple times, and he was visibly in pain and distress. And what you'll learn is that he had aspirated. He had breathed some of his vomit back into his lungs. He was also suffering from acidosis. This is where if you exert yourself, like with exercise, you build up of lactic acid in your blood. And because of that aspiration, because of the acidosis, he was having hypoxia, which means he was getting a lack of oxygen to his brain. These were conditions that needed immediate medical treatment. But after about 2 minutes after they arrived, the defendants would hear Elijah say his last words, "Please, I'm trying. Please help me." And within seconds of hearing that, the defendants would decide to inject Elijah with that 500 milligrams of that sedative, ketamine. They made that decision without speaking a single word to him, without touching him with a single finger, not to check his pulse, not to listen to his breathing, not to check his airway. They hear him say those last words, "Please help me," and they do nothing. And then for the next 5 minutes, they stand around and wait. They wait for the ambulance to come and for the paramedics on the ambulance to draw up that ketamine. During that time, Elijah becomes almost completely non-responsive, barely moving. And still, the defendants don't speak a word to him. They don't touch him with a single finger. They don't take one piece of equipment out of their medical bag. And then, while Elijah is laying on the ground, laboring to breathe, defendants give him that ketamine injection. And the amount they give is the maximum dose they are allowed to give to anyone. It's way too much for a person Elijah's size. And after the injection, they leave him there, drowning in his own vomit, unable to protect his airway, and now sedated way beyond the point that anybody should be outside of the hospital. Eventually, they move him to the gurney, and then finally to the ambulance, where they go to check his pulse for the first time, only to find out that he doesn't have one. They'll start CPR and take him to the hospital, but it's too late. Elijah has already suffered respiratory and cardiac arrest. And then they'll leave him at the emergency room as a John Doe because they never took his wallet out of his pocket to learn his name. Elijah does not regain consciousness, and 3 days later, he would be declared brain dead. The defendants were called to this scene to help Elijah McClain, to treat him as their patient. Instead, they killed him. He would have been better off if they had never come. Now, Judge Warner is going to instruct you on the exact elements of the charges in this case. But as you've heard, the defendants in this case aren't charged with intentional murder. There's no allegation that they intended to kill Mr. McClain. Instead, they're charged with reckless manslaughter, that they consciously disregarded the risks to Mr. McClain and that their reckless acts killed him. And with another charge, reckless assault with a deadly weapon. And because the evidence will show that they gave Elijah McClain that ketamine injection, not for any legitimate medical purpose, but to chemically restrain him, they're also charged with assault by the unlawful administration of drugs and assault causing serious bodily injury. And the evidence will show that both defendants are responsible for these crimes. They decided together to give the ketamine injection and on the amount. They were both responsible for Mr. McClain's well-being. Mr. Cichuniec ordered up the ketamine and Mr. Cooper gave the injection. They're both responsible. I want to now walk you through some of the evidence, the detailed evidence that you're going to hear in this case. And there's going to be three categories of evidence that I want you to focus on. First, the evidence that the defendants restrained Elijah McClain for no medical purpose. Elijah was barely moving. The last thing he needed was a sedative. Second, the evidence that the defendants consciously and repeatedly disregarded substantial risks to Elijah. Throughout the course of their actions, they violate every single step of their training and protocols. Not one step, not two steps, not three steps, every step. And finally, we'll talk about the evidence, the medical evidence, that will explain how ketamine killed Elijah McClain. So let's go back to that evening of August 24th, 2019. It's just after 10:30 in the evening, and Elijah has arrived at his local Shell Mart to buy some iced tea. If I can show you, some of you may be familiar with this intersection in Aurora. This is I-225, and this is Colfax Avenue down here. And this is Billings Street. It's sort of a frontage road that runs up and down I-225 right here, and it's separated from I-225 on the west side by a high retaining wall, 30 feet high. Here's where Elijah lives, and he walks down Billings Street to the Shell gas station here where he buys his iced tea. And then as he's walking back home, what Elijah doesn't know is that there's a teenager who's called 911. And the caller tells the dispatcher that he has seen someone wearing a mask and waving his arms, and he thinks that's strange. He says, I don't know if this is a good person or a bad person. He says, there's no weapons involved that I know about, and I don't think I or anybody else is in any danger. We actually have video from the Shell Mart that evening where you can see Elijah buying his iced tea. I'm going to show that to you now. You see, this is Elijah standing right here. He's wearing a mask, as the caller said, sort of a lightweight running mask that you'll get to see. Waiting in line to make his purchase. Take out his wallet to pay. Things. Little bows the guy behind him. Heads out front door of the Shell Mart there. And then as you'll see, we also have video of him as he's leaving the Shell Mart, walking out the parking lot back across to head back north on Billings Street. You'll see that he does wave his arms. See, he's doing a little dance as he's walking out of the parking lot there. Three Aurora police officers would be dispatched to contact Mr. McClain because of the 911 call. Here's the audio from the dispatch that you can hear to the police officers.
312 on a car to cover on a suspicious party at Evergreen Avenue in Billings. Evergreen Avenue in Billings, and last seen at Colfax in Billings. It's a black male wearing a black ski mask and brown long sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, was waving his arms when the RP passed him. Thinks that's strange. Dispatch needs a car to cover 312.
Wait, we can go.
10:43, the officers approached Elijah as he's walking down the sidewalk, listening to his music. He has no idea what's about to happen. And within seconds of speaking to him, the officers go hands on Elijah. And he's clearly startled and doesn't understand what's happening. He tries to explain, I'm just going home. He says, I'm an introvert, please respect my boundaries. But the officers decide that they need to take him down to the ground. What I'm about to show you here is body-worn camera footage from the camera of Officer Nathan Woodyard. And you're going to see a lot of this body-worn camera footage throughout the trial because there are many officers involved and they all have to wear these cameras. Obviously, these videos aren't the kind of videos you would see from, holding your phone and taking a video, or from a camera. A lot of times they're sort of bouncing around and you're just seeing whatever the camera's picking up from the officer's chest. So we'll try to help give you some orientation as to what you're going to see in these different videos. So here you're going to see Elijah McClain come walking down the sidewalk with his grocery bag, and then you're seeing Officer Nathan Woodyard approach him and make this initial contact with Elijah.
Me a favor, stop right there. Hey, stop right there. Stop. 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 I have a right to stop you because you're being suspicious.
Well, okay.
Turn around.
No,
Turn around.
actually, your hands, bro.
Turn around. Stop. Stop tensing up, dude. Stop tensing up, bro. Stop tensing up.
Let go of me.
Stop tensing up.
Listen to me,
Stop
bro.
tensing up.
No, let go of me.
Stop tensing up.
No, I am an introvert. Please
Stop
respect
tensing
the
up.
boundaries that
Trying
I'm
to.
speaking.
Stop tensing up.
Stop.
Relax.
Stop. I'm going home.
Relax, or I'm going to have to change this situation. Stop.
Leave me alone.
Stop.
Can you please?
No.
We don't want to do this, all right?
Leave me alone.
No, we're gonna
First off,
talk to
you
you.
guys started to arrest me, and I was stopping my music to listen. Now let go of me.
Let's get over to class.
Take you down.
Just out, you could see Officer Woodyard's camera falls off there, and this happens a lot too. So the rest of the video is just pointed up at the sky. What we know that happened over the next few minutes is that those officers would put Elijah into those two carotid holds, again, cutting off the oxygen to his brain and making him go unconscious. And because this carotid hold is dangerous, the police are required to call for medical assistance when they do it. And so they call for Aurora Fire Rescue to respond. And it was these defendants, Peter Cichuniec and Jeremy Cooper, who were dispatched on Engine 2 that night to respond to the call. Now, Defendant Cichuniec is a paramedic, and he was the fire lieutenant on that call. He was in charge of the scene. And Defendant Jeremy Cooper was the chief medic that night. He was in charge of Elijah's medical treatment. They also had two EMTs with them on the rig, Austin Bradley and Daniel DeJesus. Now, EMTs are a lower level first responder than the paramedics. They have much less training. They essentially act under the direction of the paramedics. And they have authorization to do fewer things. I want to show you, this is a still from one of the body-worn cameras that night that shows both the two defendants and the two EMTs. And I wanted to point some things out to you about them so that you can recognize them in the different videos. So you can see here, this is Defendant Cooper. At the time, he had a mostly shaved head, and he's wearing suspenders. You can also see defendant Cichuniec right here. Can recognize him because he's wearing sunglasses throughout the entire evening. And he has a flashlight that he's shining around a lot. This is Mr. Bradley. Can recognize him because he's wearing a hat. And this is Mr. DeJesus. He's the only one who can see has sort of dark hair that's showing that night. And he is wearing a flashlight strap to the right side of his chest there. So you can recognize him like that. You can also recognize the paramedics on the scene a lot of times when you're seeing shots down to the ground because they wear those reflective firefighter pants with the reflective straps around the bottom, call them turnouts. And you'll also be able to recognize who they are sometimes because they're wearing blue latex gloves. Okay. Now, when the paramedics arrived at that scene, they had almost no information at all other than they had been called in to do a medical assist for the police. But as they walk up to the scene, defendants are given some very important information about what has happened. Sergeant Dale Leonard is going to tell them 3 times that they have put Elijah into 2 carotid holds, that he has gone unconscious at least once, and that he has been throwing up, and that Sergeant Leonard thinks that Elijah is on something. Now, when the defendants arrive at a scene and approach a patient, they are trained to do a full and thorough assessment of that patient. That includes several steps. It includes obtaining a good report from the people on the scene. Okay. Also includes talking to the patient, finding out who they are, what's going on with them, what their complaint is. Are they oriented? And it also includes doing a thorough physical exam, checking vital signs, checking breathing, checking for injuries. And all of these things are so important because if you haven't assessed your patient, you can't make a good decision about how to treat them. And as the defendants walk up to the scene, they can see that Elijah is handcuffed, hands behind his back. He's down on the ground. He has 2 officers leaning on him. And they can hear Elijah pleading with the officers, groaning in pain and asking for help. In fact, you'll hear him specifically cry out, "Ow, okay, I can't fix myself." Okay. Now, what I'm about to show you here is this is video from 2 body-worn cameras. So the exact same time period. You've got one angle on the left and one angle on the right, okay? On the left, you're going to be able to see Elijah McClain down on the ground. And then on the right, this camera is going to kind of turn around and pivot this way. And then on the right, you're going to see the paramedics, Cooper and Cichuniec, as well as Mr. Bradley, sort of standing right above him. We'll watch this.
Now, when we tried to stop him, dude,
Come on. Was this anything, did he speak English or anything like that?
he speaks English,
He's.
but he's definitely something.
At least once. Ow. Okay.
Stop, dude. Well, chill out. You've already been told several times to stop.
I can't fix myself. Ow. Just leave him there.
So what is the defendant's response to this situation? Defendant Cooper asks one question: does he speak English? And even though he's told, yes, he does speak English, he doesn't ask him one other thing. He doesn't ask his name. He doesn't ask him what's wrong. He doesn't ask him why he can't fix himself. He doesn't try to touch him. He barely bends over to even lean down to look at him. And within 1 minute there of arriving at this scene, his total response, you heard it just there at the end, well, we'll just leave him there until the ambulance gets here, and then we'll just put him down to the gurney. I'm going to show this one more time so that you can see that instance.
No. When we tried to stop him, dude.
Come on. So was this anything, did he speak English or anything like that?
He speaks English.
Was it?
Yeah, he's
But he's definitely on something. He's not having. Okay, at least once successfully.
Okay, stop messing around. man.
Chill out.
We'll just leave him.
You've already been told several times to stop.
I can't sense myself. Ow! Just leave him there until the ambulance gets here, and we'll just put him down to the,
Well, we'll just leave him there till the ambulance gets there, and then we'll put him down to the gurney. Defendant Cooper is not planning on doing one thing to check on how Elijah is doing. And you'll see right down there on the bottom of the screen, that orange bag. That's a medical bag. Defendants never take a single piece of equipment out of it. They come to this scene with all kinds of equipment: airway kits and trauma kits, supplemental oxygen, stethoscopes, blood pressure cuffs, cardiac monitors, EKGs, defibrillators, blood pressure cuffs, and they will not take one single piece of that equipment out of the bag. It sits right there. And the defendants don't do anything because they've already decided that they are going to inject their patient with ketamine. Now, paramedics aren't doctors. They can't prescribe medicine. The only way that they're authorized to use, to give a patient a drug, and particularly a powerful sedative like ketamine, is if there is a specific protocol that they follow that directs them to do that. And there is only one protocol in all of their protocols and training that ever directs them to give ketamine. And that is when you have a patient that is so truly out of control, so combative, that they are a danger to themselves and others, and it's a life-threatening emergency. And that patient must be suffering from the rare and specific condition of excited delirium. Just happened there. This is the protocol that directs them to the one situation in which they can use ketamine. So as you can see, in order to get to that decision, they have to go through step 1, step 2, step 3, come over here, make this determination, and get down here. Defendants should never have, gotten past step 1 in this case. They should have never passed go. I want to go back just for a second and talk about this. We talked about the fact that when they got there, they were supposed to do a full and thorough assessment, but they skipped every single one of these steps. They didn't obtain a good report. You won't see them ask a single question of any police officer on that scene. They didn't talk to the patient. They didn't say one word to Mr. McClain to find out how he was doing. And they did no physical exam. Again, they didn't take a single piece of equipment out of their bag. But already they're on to this protocol to decide that they're going to give him ketamine. So what's the first step of this protocol? Ask. It says, is the patient agitated and a danger or to himself or others? Now, when these paramedics arrive, Elijah appears to be in pain and distress, but he's not a danger to himself or others. He's handcuffed. He's surrounded by numerous police officers and 4 medics. He's being easily held down. And while he's vocalizing distress, he's not doing anything that's a danger to anyone. And throughout all the video that you will see in this case, you won't once see Elijah McClain try to kick someone, try to hit someone. You won't hear him yell at anybody, curse at anyone. The most aggressive thing that you will see him do is to simply twist around to try to get in a position where he can breathe. And what does this protocol say to do next? Attempt to reasonably address the patient's concerns. Again, these defendants will never speak a word to Elijah to find out what his concerns are. They'll never get down there to say, hey, buddy, what's going on? What's hurting you today? Can you breathe? Nothing. And let me be clear about something. The paramedics don't need any permission to start treating their patient. They were called to the scene by the police officers for the very purpose of treating this patient. And once they're cleared into a scene, they are fully empowered to treat their patient. And again, what you'll see throughout all the video that you see is every time they ask the police to do something, the police do it. There's nothing stopping them from treating Elijah McClain. So step one of this protocol, completely failed. They should never have moved on past here. If you go on to step two tells them that they're supposed to assume that the patient has a medical cause of their agitation and treat reversible causes. And they skip this step too. They have been called to this scene because of the carotid holds. They're told multiple times that Elijah has been in the carotid holds, that he has gone unconscious, and that he has been vomiting, including vomiting into the mask that he was wearing. They hear him make sounds and statements of distress, but they do nothing to treat those medical causes, the reasons why they were called to come there in the first place. They completely fail step two. So instead of doing any assessment to find out what was wrong with Elijah, and instead of considering whether Elijah was a danger to anybody, and instead of trying to address his medical concerns, what do the defendants decide to do instead? Almost immediately, they say, let's just inject him with some sedatives. Now I'm about to show you the entire rest of the time period from where you just saw in the video before to the point in time where they say, okay, let's go ahead and give him ketamine. And again, you're going to see these side-by-side angles so that you'll see Elijah down on the left side and you'll see the paramedics up on the right. And you're going to see officers using force on Elijah. You'll hear him cry out in pain. You'll see an officer shine his light down onto the mask that Elijah has vomited into. And the police will yell at Elijah, stop fighting us. And he'll say, I'm trying, please help me. You'll see the defendant Cooper standing there, kind of barely glancing down at Elijah. And then at the end, you'll hear him say, so when the ambulance gets here, we'll go ahead and give him the ketamine.
Yeah, I know you're busy, but I just want to let you know that Doc, we had a suspicious call over here on. Dude, chill out. It's kind of weird. Nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him. He starts acting crazy. He attacked them. I was glad he ended up trying to do a rotted on the guy. And actually.
Well, stop fighting us.
I'm fine. Put him out. They were ready to put him out. Handcuffs. We're still struggling with the file on scene. And that's where we're at. I just want to let you know, yeah, we did that. Why they brought it tonight, so. And the other one, I don't. Oh, you got him? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I knew you were busy. And just one other thing, we did have an officer get.
Yeah, that's all his, dude. That's what he was wearing.
Okay, yeah, it was very minor.
So when the ambulance gets here, we're gonna go ahead and give him.
All the cops are okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
You heard Elijah. Please help me. No response from the defendants. Not a question from them to anyone about what has happened. Not a question to Elijah. Not a single finger put on him. Not one response to his plea, please help me. They're just going to go ahead and give him the ketamine. So now we're on to step 3 of the protocol. And that says, if you've done all of those things that you were supposed to have done, if the patient truly is a danger to themselves or others, if you've tried to address their concerns, if you've tried to treat reversible medical causes, then and only then do you consider, is this patient so truly out of control and suffering from excited delirium that they need to get ketamine? This is where excited delirium is a condition where you're completely out of your mind, you're impervious to pain, and your body's gone into such overdrive that it actually you could essentially exhaust yourself to death. And the defendants were trained what kind of patient is so truly out of control with this syndrome that they actually need to have ketamine. This is the description from the protocol. Here's some of the training that the defendants in this case got. This is their trainer, Travis Chambers. Here was an example that Mr. Chambers provided in the training, the type of patient that needs ketamine because they are suffering from excited delirium. So in this case, the patient arrived and he had, the police arrived and the patient had broken down the steel door to his apartment complex. They had gotten him into the police car. He had kicked out the window and broken 2 of the steel bars of the cage. The patient is screaming, switching between banging his head against broken steel bars and attempting to break the car door. He's diaphoretic. That means really sweaty. People with excited delirium are often super hot. A lot of times they've actually taken off all their clothes and are running around naked because they're so hot. This is the kind of patient that defendants were taught has excited delirium. Of course, Elijah has none of these things. He's easily restrained on the ground. He's apologizing to the officers. He's begging for help. He's being polite. He's saying, please, please help me. But the defendants, they're going to give him the ketamine anyway. So Aurora Fire Rescue doesn't actually carry the ketamine on the fire engine with them at this time. So they have to wait for it to arrive on the ambulance. And while they're waiting for the ketamine to get there, Elijah is deteriorating in front of their eyes. You just heard the last words that he will ever speak. Stop, please. I'm trying. Please help me. Over the next 5 minutes, while the defendants stand there, Elijah won't speak again. He'll occasionally moan or groan in pain. And during that time, it will become crystal clear that Elijah is no danger to anyone and is not suffering from excited delirium. I'm going to show you a video from this time period. What you're going to see here is, you can see the paramedics there in this screen. You'll see Officer Rodema, and he decides he needs to do a pat down of Elijah during this period of time. So he puts his knee on Elijah's elbow, and with both of his hands free, does a complete pat down, reaches in his pockets, in his jacket, moves him around however he needs to move him around. Elijah's barely moving. He'll make a few kind of vomiting noises.
You all right?
We're trying to keep him on his side, but he keeps fighting us, so.
He's breathing.
Stop, dude, don't do it. We haven't even got that far yet, man.
He's like saying stuff, he's holding his arm in, he's like, I don't know exactly what that is.
My knee's on his elbow, dude, he ain't going anywhere.
Thanks, do you relief?
No, I'm good, I'm just gonna pat him down, make sure he doesn't have anything, 'cause we haven't got to that far yet.
Pull down, while he pulled his arm into the air, it comes out, and I don't remember feeling that. Okay, so this one's down there. So it's here. Well, it is. Okay.
That's all.
I need, yeah, I need to talk that part. Okay, yeah, 500.
Don't do it.
You're good.
Nothing on his legs, right?
No.
I'm gonna come back this way. That way we're not nailing him. Right in his puke.
Oh, thank you. You saw throughout that whole video, all those reflective pants just standing around there, not doing anything to check on Elijah McClain. The defendants have decided they're going to give this ketamine. That's where this protocol is, they think, is now taken them. And they both decided that the right amount is 500 milligrams. Now, the dosage of ketamine, as they have been trained, is based on body weight. 5 milligrams of ketamine per 1 kilogram of body weight. And the defendants estimate that Elijah weighs 200 pounds, which is 90 kilograms, which means that he should have gotten 450 milligrams of ketamine. And even though, based on their estimates, he only should have gotten 450, they decided to go ahead and give him 500 anyway. That's the maximum amount they're allowed to give. And if they want to give any more, they have to call into their medical director to get permission. And here I'm going to show you, this is another scene, another clip from that same period of time where Elijah is getting patted down. You're going to see defendant Cichuniec. You can see him there with his flashlight and his sunglasses. And he's going to walk around and walk over to the ambulance, and you'll hear him off screen say, "Can you draw up 500 of ketamine?"
I need, yeah, I'm sure you're talking at that part, but yeah.
I will.
There he goes.
You go out 500.
So again, they've decided to give 500 even though they know that's the wrong amount. But the overdose they're giving is so much worse. Because as I told you, Elijah doesn't weigh 200 pounds. He weighs 140 pounds. A person of his size should only have gotten a dose of ketamine of 325 milligrams, not 500. This is more than a 50% overdose. And remember, Elijah shouldn't be getting ketamine at all. And the defendants weren't just taught about how to give a proper dose of ketamine. They were taught about the risks of giving too much. Their training taught them that the patient's respiratory drive should be maintained with an appropriate dose, appropriate in all caps. And that if you give too much, there's a likelihood of side effects, including respiratory depression. They were also taught that the practice of everybody gets 500 is not a good practice. But that's what they decide anyway. They intentionally give him too much, knowing of the risks, knowing that the risks are respiratory depression. And they also know that he already may be having trouble breathing, not because they've done any of their own assessment, but because the police are actually telling them to check on his breathing. In this next clip, you're going to see, again, this is right toward the end of that pat down scene. Sergeant Dale Leonard is going to be the one to say, "Hey, make sure he can breathe," because you can hear Elijah making these gasping noises. And still, the defendants stand right there and don't do a single thing.
Make sure you can breathe.
Yeah.
You can breathe. You can breathe. Okay. I just have his arm. I need your hands, guys. Flip him around.
So they know he's having trouble breathing. They know the risk of respiratory depression that can come from too much ketamine. And they're going ahead with that max dose anyway, without checking one thing about Elijah. So now the paramedic from the ambulance comes and brings the 500 milligrams of ketamine. And at this point, Elijah is down on the ground. The police, you can see the police have on black gloves and they have their hands on him, but they barely need to. He's hardly moving. He's struggling to breathe. And you can see defendant Cichuniec standing with his big flashlight. And you'll see defendant Cooper come in. There's defendant Cichuniec with his flashlight. You'll see defendant Cooper there on the left side. He's going to come in with his blue gloves and he's going to jab Elijah with that 500 milligrams of ketamine.
How many sticking your head in that ambulance to make?
Well, I got his arms out. He's supposed to keep your hands. Drive your knuckles right there. You don't have to put pressure until he moves. All right?
You got 500 to ketamine? Yep. Awesome, playing too.
All right. Just rub it right behind his ear if he fights, all right?
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works, and once it is, We'll go ahead, if you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff him, we'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just restrain everything. We'll give that a minute or two.
All right. Hey, what you're,
So even though defendant Cooper has no problem whatsoever going right down there and giving that injection, to which Elijah doesn't even respond, even still, no attempt to check anything about him. No attempt to check his pulse while he's down there, to check his breathing, to check his airway. And now they're just going to leave him there for a minute or two. Let's talk about what the defendants were trained to do after injecting someone with ketamine, with a sedative that could cause respiratory depression. It says first, complete your restraint protocol. Gives the paramedics instructions on how to keep someone restrained and how to treat them after sedating them. And here's what the defendants were trained on there. The patient should never be kept or transported in the prone or hobbled position. Prone, down on your stomach, the exact position that Elijah is in right now. You saw him on the ground being held there by the police. And the reason why you don't want to keep somebody in that prone position is because of this. They need to get oxygen, okay? Especially, even if you had somebody with excited delirium, they need to be being able to breathe, to expand their chest wall fully, to get full breaths in and out. So you don't leave them down on their stomach. But that's exactly what the defendants did. And you heard defendant Cooper say there, okay, well, let's just give that a minute or two. In other words, just leave him there right where he is. Doesn't tell them to move him any other way. And they'll leave him like that for several minutes. And after Elijah has gone from barely moving, as you just saw in that last video, to completely sedated, even then, defendant Cooper doesn't check him, doesn't touch him to see how he's doing. See, he has the officer go in there and kind of slap him on the face to see just how out he is. And then you'll hear him say, let's go ahead and move him on his side. In other words, let's get him into that position that he should have been in and out of that position that he should never have been in.
So we're gonna give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting to kick in.
Yeah, he's snoring.
Ready? We'll go ahead and uncuff and take him up to the unit. Is he in custody or?
yeah,
He will be.
I'm sure he will be, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Just like the hospital staff know.
If he's not already.
All right. How's he? He seemed a little.
Yep.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get him on his side and we'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first.
Okay.
If we can.
Okay. Are you guys doing that? Careful,
Yeah,
careful.
he's definitely.
All right.
We'll put an end title.
You saw them taking Elijah to the gurney there, and he's like a rag doll. He is sedated way beyond the point that people are supposed to be sedated outside of a hospital setting where there's emergency breathing equipment available. And still, nobody has checked a single vital sign of Elijah's. No one has checked his airway. What else did the defendants fail to do? Going on from their restraint protocol, they're told to reassess ABCs post-sedation. ABCs, airway, breathing, circulation. Of course, they can't reassess because they've never assessed in the first place, but they still don't do anything to make that assessment. They're supposed to have cardiac, SpO2, and capnography monitoring ready to go. They don't have it. And they're supposed to start high flow oxygen. And they're told that they should have all this equipment ready at the hand. They have nothing ready. Not only are they not doing it, they've not taken a single step to get one piece of this equipment ready to do the things that they are supposed to be doing. This protocol also says, treat the patient with respect. Explain what is being done and why. Of course, they've never done that throughout the entire time that they've been there. Never once spoken to Elijah to say, here's what we need to do. Here's why we're going to do it. They've never taken one step to see if he would consent to any of these things. And then finally, they're told that continuous attention to the patient's airway, circulation, and vital signs is mandatory. He's been laying down on the ground after this injection for several minutes. They've moved into the gurney. No one is checking any of those things. So now we're going to see a little more video of them loading onto the gurney. And what you're going to see here is they're going to be moving Elijah around to get him restrained again. It's like a rag doll. And you'll see vomit come pouring out of his face, okay? And still, no one is going to do one thing to check his airway and breathing. Dale, he's out.
Okay. Have that too. Good. First. Hey, would you? Yeah. Let me grab this. I got it. Take it back up, I'll go up, straight up. Take it further.
You'll see there's defendant Cooper. And there's defendant Cichuniec. Standing back, watching their patient die without doing one thing to check on how he is doing. After this, several more minutes will go by while they move Elijah to the ambulance. And only then will they go to actually clear his airway of vomit. And then they will finally notice that he is not breathing and that he has no pulse. He has had respiratory and cardiac arrest right in front of their eyes. And they'll finally start CPR and shocking his heart and taking him to the hospital. And even though it's only about 5 minutes away, it's too late. Elijah is dead before they get there. Now you're going to get to see video covering the entire period of the defendants at the scene throughout this trial. And I want to talk to you about some of the evidence that that's going to establish. A few different things. First, that the defendants injected Mr. McClain with an overdose of a sedative. That they did not do one thing to gain his consent to that treatment. That the defendants had no medical purpose to give Elijah that injection. He is barely moving, struggling to breathe. The last thing he needs is to be sedated. And that in all of this conduct, the defendants fail every step of their training and protocols. And the evidence is going to show you that throughout this entire course of conduct, the defendants acted with no regard to the risks to Elijah McClain. They didn't speak one word to him or touch him with one finger. They didn't tell him who they were. They didn't attempt to identify who he was. They don't attempt to obtain his consent. They don't ask the police a single question about Elijah's condition. They don't speak one single word to Elijah. They don't take a single piece of medical equipment out of their bag. They don't kneel down to look at Elijah. They barely bend over at the waist to even look at him. They don't lay one single finger on him. And they don't take a single vital sign until he has none. Now, your common sense will tell you that injecting someone who is barely moving, struggling to breathe, not speaking with a powerful sedative is surely reckless. But you're also going to hear from experts in emergency and paramedic medicine who will tell you that defendants' conduct violated standard of care in numerous ways. They violated their standard of care by failing to do any assessment of Mr. McClain before they injected him. They violated their standard of care by wrongly saying that he had excited delirium. They violated their standard of care by giving him an overdose of ketamine. And then they violated their standard of care by leaving him face down, unable to protect his airway, without assessing or monitoring him at all after they gave him that sedative. Let's talk now about this last category of evidence, and that's the medical evidence that will explain to you how this ketamine caused Elijah's death. Now, you've seen the video. You see Elijah down on the ground, again, struggling to breathe, but he's alive. That's before the ketamine. He then has the ketamine injection. Within minutes, he is in deep sedation, almost immobile. And then minutes later, he's not breathing and has no pulse. It's not that hard to figure out what killed him. But even still, you're going to hear from multiple experts to explain this to you. The first is Dr. Stephen Sina. He's the forensic pathologist that performed the autopsy on Elijah. Dr. Sina examined Elijah inside and out to determine what caused his death. He examined Elijah's heart and found that there was no evidence of any heart attack or disease. He examined Elijah's lungs. And what he saw there was that Elijah's lungs weighed almost twice what a person's lungs should weigh. And that's because of the vomit that he had aspirated into his lungs. Because when that happens, your body, your cells respond. They get inflamed trying to get that material out of your lungs. Dr. Sina reviewed records from the hospital when Elijah was there, as well as body-worn camera footage of what happened that night. And he also requested a toxicology analysis of Elijah's blood. And after performing the autopsy and reviewing all of that material, Dr. Sina concluded that but for the administration of ketamine, Mr. McClain would most likely be alive. You're going to hear from other experts too that looked at this case. Michael Lamb is the forensic toxicologist that analyzed Elijah's blood that was taken from him at the hospital. Dr. David Buther is an expert in pulmonology and critical care. He's a lung doctor who works in National Jewish Hospital here in Denver. And you'll hear from Dr. Roger Mitchell. Dr. Mitchell is also a forensic pathologist and a specialist in in-custody deaths. Mr. Lamb, again, is the toxicologist who analyzed Elijah's blood. And in his blood, he found ketamine that the defendants had injected and evidence of marijuana. He found no other drug or toxin that could have contributed in any way to Elijah's death. Dr. Buther, again, is a lung doctor. And what's important about him is that he treats patients who are actually having critical lung problems. That's what he does day in and day out. He's going to be able to walk you through what's happening to Elijah throughout the course of these events. And what Dr. Buther is going to explain is that because of the struggle with police, Elijah was suffering from acidosis. And again, if you've ever done some intense exercise or physical activity, you might have experienced this, where you can get so much acid in your blood that sometimes you'll even need to throw up. You've run a 400 or done 2-a-day practices in football. And Elijah was having that acid in his blood. And what's important about that is most people can recover from that because all you need to do is walk around and breathe and get out the carbon dioxide that's in your system. That helps get the acid out of your blood and get you back to normal. But Elijah couldn't do that because he was being held down by the police. And as you also heard, Elijah threw up, including threw up into his mask. And that caused him to suffer aspiration. Again, aspiration is where you breathe something into your lungs that's not supposed to be there. You might have done that sometimes when you get water down the wrong pipe and you start coughing. Both of these conditions, aspiration and acidosis, make your breathing less effective and cause you to need more oxygen. Because Elijah couldn't do that, he was suffering from hypoxia. It's that low oxygen to the brain, just making him less and less able to defend himself. And he couldn't get enough deep breaths to get the acid out of his system. And all of those things together sort of create this downward cycle that are leading to respiratory depression. It just means ineffective breathing. He just wasn't able to get the amount of oxygen that he needed to get himself into a better state. And because the defendants hadn't done any assessment of Elijah and didn't do anything to treat the respiratory depression that he was having, and then gave him that overdose of ketamine that sedated him so heavily, and then left him in that prone position where he was unable to protect his own airway and unable to breathe in the way that he needed to. All of those things together combined to cause respiratory arrest. Stopped breathing. And of course, when you stop breathing and you're not getting any oxygen, you're not getting any oxygen to your heart. And if you're not getting any oxygen to your heart stops too. And that's cardiac arrest. And that's how Dr. Buther will explain to you that Elijah McClain died. And finally, you're going to hear from Dr. Roger Mitchell. And Dr. Mitchell is the chief medical examiner for all of Washington, D.C. And he will also agree with Dr. Buther as to how Elijah McClain died. Dr. Mitchell will also testify that there was no medical purpose for Elijah to receive ketamine in this case. And then there was nothing about it that was going to make him healthier. It was done merely to be a chemical restraint. And finally, the evidence will show that there are no other causes for why Elijah died. Elijah was a perfectly healthy young man on that evening. You'll hear from his coworker that during his work 4 10-hour shifts, and on his breaks during his shifts, he would go running all the time. He's an active long-distance runner. Elijah wasn't under any treatment for any kind of health problems or health complaints of any kind. And he didn't have any problems whatsoever. He had perfect attendance at work, never had any health problems that kept him from attending work. And then finally, you'll hear that all of these experts that we just talked about, they all looked for, could there have been any other causes for why Elijah died? And they all answered no. It was the ketamine that killed him. And the evidence will also show that there are no excuses for these defendants. They intentionally injected Elijah McClain, who was laying on the ground, barely moving, struggling to breathe, with an overdose of ketamine without following a single step of their training and protocols. Defendants had the right training. They knew the things that they were supposed to look for. They knew the kind of assessment that they were supposed to do, but they did none of it. They conducted no assessment. They didn't speak a word to Elijah. They didn't put a finger on him. And then they overdosed him with 150% of the dose someone his size should have gotten. And then they failed to even check on him until his pulse was gone. They knew better. They had all the right people there to do what they needed to do. They have 2 paramedics and 2 EMTs there that whole time, just standing around doing nothing. They have multiple officers there standing around, able to assist with anything that they needed to do. And they did nothing. The defendants had all the right equipment that they needed. They had a fire engine full of all kinds of medical equipment: suction, airway protectors, cardiac monitors, blood pressure cuffs, stethoscopes. They had all the equipment that they needed, and they never even took it out of the bag. The defendants had the time to do the right thing. When you see these videos, there minutes will go by. People are just standing around doing nothing. There was no split-second decision that had to be made here. They had so much time to reconsider and do the right thing. There was no chaos. There's no confusion. They're just standing there with all the time in the world to do the right thing. The defendants knew exactly what the risks of their conduct were. They knew that ketamine had a risk of respiratory depression. They heard the police worried about the fact that Elijah couldn't breathe. And they went ahead and they didn't just give it to him, but they gave him the maximum amount that they could give. They knew what the risks were. And knowing those risks, they left him there on the ground, drowning in his own vomit, unable to protect his airway, while they continued to do nothing to assess how he was doing. And finally, the defendants had medical control in this situation. They were the ones in charge of Elijah McClain. It was their decision how he would be treated. Nothing was stopping them from doing what they needed to do to treat him appropriately. But they failed him at every single step. The defendants in this case watched while Elijah McClain, their patient, got weaker and weaker in front of their eyes. They heard him beg for help. Please help me. And they did nothing. They overdosed Elijah with a sedative that he did not need and then left him completely vulnerable. And then they stood back while he died. This wasn't just a tragedy or an accident. It wasn't just careless or sloppy. It was cruel. It showed a total disregard for Elijah McClain, their patient, a person. Elijah McClain would have been better off if they had never come. He would have been alive if they had never come. And that's why, after you hear all the evidence in this case, I'm going to ask you to find the defendants guilty of these charges.
Folks on the jury, we're going to take our mid-morning recess at this time. We'll have you reassembled down in the jury assembly room in about 15 minutes, and we'll bring you back up to continue with the trial. Please remember, don't form or express any opinion 1 CR 2800, People v. Cooper, 21 CR 2806, People v. Cichuniec. The parties and counsel are present. We're going to get the jurors. Is there anything before we bring the jurors back?
Not for Mr. Cichuniec, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Before the jurors return, I just need to remind the spectators that are not with counsel for any of the parties, electronic devices need to be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Or the court will have the deputies confiscate your devices. I don't want to do that. What?
He was just asking if you could switch the screen.
Oh, sure. All right, our jurors have returned and are being seated. Please be seated. Do either Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec wish to make an opening statement at this time? All right.
No matter how many times I watch those videos, it still hits me every time. And as I sit here and I watched you, what we're asking you to do is tough and it's hard. And we really appreciate your commitment to the process. Because Elijah should be alive. And an innocent man died. And it's awful. And it hurts. And you're going to have to watch it over and over again throughout this trial, because the evidence is going to be played and we're going to watch the body-worn cameras again and again. And we're literally going to watch an innocent man die. And that's haunting. But here's the thing. We all know something that Lieutenant Paramedic Cichuniec and Paramedic Cooper didn't know that night. There is going to be a lot of information that they did not know. And there is going to be a lot of information that they were told that was absolutely wrong. And that is critical as you assess how they reached the decisions they reached. So as we go through our opening, ironically, you're going to see some of the same information you just saw in the People's case, but from a different perspective. So I want to take you to August 24th, 2019. That day started like any other day. Lieutenant Paramedic Cichuniec and Paramedic Jeremy Cooper kissed their spouses, hugged their kids, and went to their job that they loved. A job that they sought because they wanted to help people. They wanted to serve their community. They went to Firehouse 2. It is one of the busiest fire stations in the state. It is the busiest fire station in the city of Aurora, where they would go to work a 24-hour shift. These are two highly decorated, highly respected firemen. They get there early, so their days start a little bit earlier. At around 10:40 that evening, on a warm summer evening, it's about 70 degrees out, and they hear this.
Engine 2 with PD on the medical check, method 4 towards 4 North Billings Street, East Colfax Avenue. Engine 2 with PD on a medical check, method 4 towards 4 East Colfax Avenue, North Billings Street, on Tech 2, 2246.
And that's what they get. Those are tones that go out throughout the fire station telling them this is their call, it's their engine, and they're to do a medical check with APD, Aurora Police Department. Well, that's important for a few reasons. One, they're firemen, so it's telling them you don't need to put on all the fire gear. This is medical. Two, it's with Aurora Police. And three, it's not just a simple mental health because Folk goes to those. So you're dispatching paramedics for the medical check to this location. But that's it. That's what they know. So the team of 4 loads up in the engine. Lieutenant Paramedic Cichuniec, he gets in the officer seat. He can open up his computer and he can see the fire CAD notes. And what they do is then he can see the related incident police CAD notes. So he can see that where they're being dispatched to, there has been a suspicious party called in, wearing a ski mask, a warm winter coat, sweats, and that's it. Acting odd, kind of waving his arms, walking towards traffic. As they get closer, they're redirected because it's not really Billings and Colfax, it's Billings and Evergreen. And as they try to get down Billings and Evergreen, they notice that it's extremely congested. There is a heavy, heavy police presence. And that's very concerning to both Paramedic Cooper and Lieutenant Paramedic Cichuniec, because that is not common. They respond to lots of calls with the police. This level of police response had it so clogged that they had to park the fire truck down the road. That's very concerning. It's concerning about what are we walking into. It's concerning about safety. It's concerning about what is going on. And as they're walking up, they see and they're passing officers. Some of the officers are leaving, some of them are talking. And as you heard from the prosecution, the firemen do not have body cameras. They don't wear body cameras. So you get snippets of people, of which officers we have body cameras for. And we'll get some that we don't have body cameras for. So you're going to get snippets from the vantage point of a camera on an officer's chest, depending where their chest is pointed, or if the camera fell off from the ground. You will not get it from any of the firemen. So as they're walking up, and I'm going to show the four again, just so we remember who we're talking about. The four officers, the firemen, sorry. Yeah. Well, he pulls it up. So just so we have it again, this is, I'm trying to stay near the microphone. This is Fire Medic Cooper. This is Lieutenant Fire Medic Pete Cichuniec. This is Fireman Austin Bradley. This is Fireman Technician DeJesus. So as they were getting there, and you know, I want to back up for 1 second and tell you they don't know Mr. McClain. They have never seen Mr. McClain before. They didn't know his name was Elijah McClain. They had no clue. What they knew was what had been called in by the 911 caller and typed into dispatch notes. And let me just show you a picture again of Elijah at the gas station. So the 911 caller sees Elijah maybe a couple minutes after this as he's walking down the road. And I want you to remember, we're talking about August of 2019. This is before COVID. So somebody on a warm summer night wearing a ski mask, a warm coat, and pants, it's concerning. Waving their arms, they didn't know the person. The firemen didn't know this person. So as fire gets to the scene, and what you're gonna see in the videos is Technician DeJesus is the driver. He comes out, and you'll also recognize him because he's holding a glowing kind of clipboard. And he walks up, and you'll see Fireman Bradley with the baseball cap. He's carrying that orange case. They're coming up. Sergeant Leonard talks to Technician DeJesus. He does give him some information. Neither of the paramedics are there yet. They're coming up the other side of the truck. Fire Medic Cooper is not there yet. Lieutenant Pete Cichuniec is coming up, and what's going to happen is they come up, and Fire Medic Cooper will come over, and he's talking to a woman, and it's a female officer, and as they've been walking up the road, they hear these officers talking about this long period of altercation. They're getting snippets. There's been a fight with police. It took all these officers to get him down. There's been an officer whose gun's been gone for. They're learning snippets. Lieutenant Cichuniec goes around the car because he's worried about getting this ambulance in there. Fire Medic Cooper comes in front, and he comes up and he finds himself at the feet of his patient, Elijah McClain. And as he comes up, you can hear Technician DeJesus is asking the officer, so he's not making any sense at all? No, not at all. He's getting little pieces. He hears Sergeant Leonard saying, he's clearly on something. He's gonna need to be transported. So Fire Medic Cooper is moving around to the head of his patient to get more information. And I want you to watch what happens as he goes to try and engage.
Does he say anything in English or anything like that?
He speaks English.
Was it?
Yeah, but he's definitely on something. He's not everything. Okay. At least once successful. Okay.
Okay.
Stop messing around. Chill out.
Well, we'll just leave him.
You've already been told several times to stop.
I can't sense myself. Ow! Just leave him there until the ambulance gets here, and then we'll just put him down to the, gurney.
Paramedic Cooper's perspective, what just happened to his patient? He came around to engage. He wanted to know if his patient spoke English because the building right behind them is known to be government housing for people from all over. And they have lots of different languages. This is a station that Paramedic Cooper and Lieutenant Cichuniec have worked for years. Paramedic Cooper's church was right down the road for years. He knows this community. And he's concerned, is there going to be a language issue? And as he tries to engage, Elijah starts to speak out. Officers get amped up. And you hear Paramedic Cooper tries to verbally de-escalate. Let's just leave him. And what does the officer do? He's got a sergeant watching this whole thing. He's got a senior officer next to him. There are 3 officers there, and they pick him up and they slam him down. And you hear Paramedic Cooper's voice drop. And you see him look, because he's looking for the ambulance. He doesn't have a gun. He has no authority to kick those officers off his patient. He has no authority to intervene. And he has to calm the situation down. The first time he tries to engage, he sees his patient thrown to the ground and cry out. And you can hear in his voice, it drops. Okay, we're just gonna leave him there. We'll put him down to the gurney when the ambulance gets here. He's trying to calm it down because his tools are not there. He doesn't have a gurney. He doesn't have soft restraints. You're gonna get 4 law enforcement. And did you watch that officer at the end? What did he do? He looked up at his sergeant like, am I okay? I just slammed him to the ground. Hey, Sarge, am I good? That's what the officer did. What are the firemen supposed to do? They don't even have handcuff keys. So he says, we're going to put him down to the gurney as soon as he gets here, letting them know we're going to take over as soon as this ambulance gets here. And he looks, where is my ambulance? Where is a gurney? I want control of my patient. I don't want this escalated again. And then he hears Elijah cry out, I can't fix myself. So another thing that's going on, he's gathering this information, he's looking, he's listening to officers. And another thing that's going on, look at where Paramedic Cooper's hands are. You're gonna see this hand right here. I'm terrible reversing. His left hand. This is muffling his speaker because the firemen, they have a radio. Am I on the right side? Radio on the right side. And there's a little knob that controls the volume. And they have a speaker on the left side. So here, this hand is controlling the speaker, the volume. Sorry, the volume. This hand is muffling the speaker. Because at this exact same time that everything's going on, Paramedic Cooper is having to turn up and turn down the volume to listen to the calls that are going out, because that's how he knows where his ambulance is. So he's trying to keep it muffled so it's not interfering. He's turning up the noise and turning it down. Where's my ambulance? He's listening to what's going on with his patient. He's calming down law enforcement. And these are paramedics. Like the people said, they're not doctors. They have about 9 months of training. They're firemen first, and then they were put through paramedic school. It's about 1,500 hours, 500 clinical, the rest in the classroom. They're not doctors. They follow protocols. They watch for patterns. So in their brain, they're flipping through a Rolodex. Which protocol am I under? What am I under? And the reason that is so important is because they have to figure out how they're going to treat their patient. So we're going to look at that agitated patient protocol again, and we're going to talk about it. This is the protocol. So this is what the paramedics are required to follow. So is the patient is agitated and a danger to self or others? Attempt to reasonably address patient concerns and assemble personnel. Well, they're being told by law enforcement that this person has been fighting. All of them. It took all of them to get him to the ground. They're being told that he has superhuman strength. They're being told he has done a push-up with 3 of them on him, over 700 pounds of men on him. They're being told he's been completely resistant to pain control. They're being told he went for a gun. They're being told that he's completely nonsensical. He speaks English, but he's not making any sense. He's clearly on something. They are not being told what you're all going to learn throughout this trial. They are not being told that Elijah said, I'm just going home. They were never told that Elijah said he couldn't breathe. They were never told that Elijah said, I'm an introvert. They didn't know any of that. What did they know is, wow, superhuman strength. What are they seeing? Diaphoresis, super sweaty. What else? Tachypnic. He's breathing really, really fast. What else? He's not making sense. I can't fix myself. You're going to hear through the evidence that he's also kind of staring off. They don't know if he's hallucinating, if he's seeing something. So in this quick seconds, they're looking and they're attempting to reasonably address patient concerns by going around and talking and getting him slammed to the ground. We're going to step back. We're going to articulate. We're going to put him to the gurney as soon as it gets here. We're going to calm it down. And then we're going to keep watching. And we're going to keep observing these things. Then you assume the patient has a medical cause of agitation and you treat reversible causes. The medical cause that you're going to hear about in a minute is what is a constellation of symptoms that was described to the paramedics as excited delirium. So that's what they're going to treat, and we're going to talk about that. Because look, does the patient have signs of excited delirium? If yes, you go across. Now, that's where it tells you these patients are truly out of control and have a life-threatening medical emergency. They will have some or all of these: paranoia, disorientation, hyperaggression, hallucination, tachycardia, increased strength, hyperthermia. You don't have to have all of them. And what have they observed? Paranoia, they're not sure. He's looking off in the distance. He's been fighting officers. He's not making sense. Disorientation, clearly, I can't fix myself. And they're told he hasn't been making sense the entire time. Hyperaggression, they've been told he's been fighting them for 10 to 12 minutes, that it took all of them to get him to the ground and he was still fighting, that he did a push-up with all 3 of them on him, that he went for an officer's gun. That's hyperaggression. They've been observing him look off. Is he hallucinating? They don't know. Tachycardia, that means your heart's beating fast. If you've been fighting officers for 10 plus minutes, of course you're tachycardic. The people's own experts are going to say, of course he's tachycardic. Increased strength, we've already talked about that. So what do they have to do? Give ketamine. They don't have discretion. They're not doctors. They have to give ketamine. That's the treatment. And only after the patient is sedated do you go further down. The goal is to rapidly tranquilize in order to minimize time struggling. Why? Because the more your patient struggles, the worse they are. And one of the really sad ironies is we hear the people saying that Elijah died from this acidosis. And guess what? The training warns the paramedics of. The end of excited delirium is fatal because of acidosis. So they're trying to prevent what the people are saying caused the death. They are trying to calm Mr. McClain down because that is the treatment. And you're going to hear when you give a sedative, it calms not only externally you down, but what's going on is what the doctors know. It's all inside. It's this very complicated process of science, and it's going on in your body. So even if externally you look like you may be calm, inside your body's going crazy. That's what they're trying to calm. Paramedics don't diagnose. They look for patterns. They find it, they flip through that Rolodex of protocols, they follow it. The goal with this one is quickly assess, sedate, transport. In their training, what they were told about excited delirium, we'll look at that. Some of the clues, again, aggression, shouting, I can't fix myself, diaphoresis, super sweaty. Hyperthermia, nobody's saying he had hyperthermia. Delirium, he's not making sense. Superhuman strength. Paranoia. These are what their clues are. And the other thing they were told was if you don't treat quickly, your patient can die. You don't need all the clues. You are to make a rapid assessment. And the goal is sedate, transport to the people that can save his life. And that's what they did. But their tools weren't there. That ambulance wasn't there. The ketamine wasn't there. They weren't told, hey, you know, keep assessing while he's there, keep looking at him, and if he seems to be starting to get worse, to do something different. That wasn't their training. If you're in this protocol, this is what you do. They followed their protocol. The people would have you believe they did nothing within their protocol, but they did everything within their protocol. And you're going to hear that from the experts. And you're going to hear that there were a lot of gaps in the training. For example, in 2019, there was no transition of care between law enforcement and fire. So as we go through the videos, you're going to see who's in control of this scene. You're going to see it's law enforcement. They are in control the entire time. So after Fire Medic Cooper sees the clues, and after Lieutenant Pete Cichuniec sees the clues, you're going to see that they talk. You're going to see there's a short portion on this video where they talk.
Fill you in the contact of the lot.
The one before. I am not sophisticated with technology, I apologize.
103, engine 2. 103. You guys are coming emergent, correct? And what's your ETA?
We could stop it there and then go back to the one before it. So that is Lieutenant Pete Cichuniec calling for an update on where is my ambulance. You are coming emergent, right? And right before he makes this radio call, he talks with Jeremy, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, you got him? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I knew you were busy. Just one other thing, we did have an officer get,
Yeah, that's all his, dude. That's what he was wearing.
used. Okay, it was very minor.
So we could stop it there. What is so hard is I bet you couldn't even hear it. You're hearing a loud voice. Oh, you got him, right? That's Sergeant Leonard. Because again, these cameras are on the officers. But you saw Fire Medic Cooper was back here. And if you listen really close, he had turned and he had said, hey, I'm going to need soft restraints and narcs. Restraints and narcs. And Lieutenant Cichuniec says, narcs or ketamine. They're conferring which protocol are we under? Because if we didn't have the signs and symptoms of excited delirium, we would have kept going down a different side, which takes you to a different administration of what's commonly referred to as versed. But if we have the signs of excited delirium, we have to shift. So that's their conferral. Which way are we going? I need soft restraints with that gurney, and I need narcs or ketamine. Ketamine. He's completing the checklist of steps. And then you'll hear Lieutenant Cichuniec get back with the folk, and he asks them, are you coming emergent? And then he asks for these very things.
9103, engine 2. 103. You guys are coming emergent, correct? And what's your ETA? It's really more about 2 minutes out. Copy 2 minutes. I'm going to need restraints and ketamine.
You don't know Lieutenant Cichuniec, but it is not like Lieutenant Cichuniec to be, you are coming emergent, right? You're going to hear, and the evidence will show, that's him. Where are you? Get here. Get here. And then he tells him, we're going to need restraints and ketamine. When the ambulance gets there, they're still standing around. And when the evidence comes in and all the body cameras get in, you're going to hear from Sergeant Leonard, he's getting antsy. Where is that ambulance? You're going to see Paramedic Cooper. Will you stick your head in that ambulance? They want to take control of their patient, but they can't. They need the gurney. They need the soft restraints. They need the ketamine. And there are little nuances that you need to pay attention to, because when the police throw Elijah to the ground and the sergeant's standing there, nobody says, hey, get up. Why don't you let the fireman handle this? You've got the senior sergeant standing right there, and he doesn't. But as you watch, what does he do as the cameras go on? He actually comes in and starts stepping on Elijah. Stop doing that. Stop kicking. You have the sergeant stepping on Elijah. The people would have you believe that Elijah's just laying there, but you've got senior law enforcement officers continuing to yell at him, stop it. We've told you to stop. We've told you, stop. And you have a sergeant stepping on him. You have 3 law enforcement officers using pain control techniques, pressure points, kneeling on elbows. And you want the firemen to do something? They're trying to calm it down and not add to anything. And they want their tools more than anybody to get their patient away from those officers and to the hospital. That's what they want, but they can't. So they wait, and the ketamine gets there. And the people would have you believe that nobody touched Elijah. Well, their own video shows to the contrary. Watch what Paramedic Cooper does as he gives this ketamine.
Rub it right between his ears if he fights, all right?
You heard the officer saying, keep your fingers right behind his ears in case he fights. Pressure point. Paramedic Cooper gently comes in and he's doing a carotid check. He's checking that pulse. It's still tachycardic. It's still going fast. He confirms it before he does an injection. He is watching him breathe. He has confirmed he's still diaphoretic. He's sweating. He is tachycardic, and he gives him the injection. Yeah, Elijah is not getting up. He's got 3 officers on him using pain control techniques, kneeling on his elbow, pressure point behind the head. Now, they may come in here and tell you we weren't pushing that hard. How would these firemen know that? You hear them saying it on their own body-worn cameras. So yes, Paramedic Cooper gives the treatment that's called for by protocol. And then he steps back and listen to what he says as he's filling in the paramedic from Falk about why he did what he did. Now remember, no one knows how this is going to turn out. No one knows Elijah is not going to be here. There is no reason for Paramedic Cooper to be explaining to the paramedic exactly why he did what he did at that time, except for the fact that he did it for medical treatment. He is articulating his plan. He is articulating the why, and he does it repeatedly through this call. But listen,
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works, and once it, we'll give that a minute or two, and see if that works, and once it is, we'll go ahead, if you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff him, we'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just restrain everything.
well, that's actually the part where he is explaining to law enforcement what he wants them to do, if you are okay with it. There is another clip where he's explaining to Ryan Walker, and I think it's labeled JC updating.
Just to fill you in, he was contacted by walking down the street wearing like a wrestling mask or something like that. So I could tell these guys to get him down and he's in. No pay compliance, they're like completely for that. So I'm still fighting. I'm still fighting when we got here. Super diet friend. So I was excited and that's why I was getting the 5 or Ketamine. We had no idea. So we're going to give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting.
So he is standing there, watching his patient, articulating to the other paramedic, here is just to fill you in. Here's why I did what I did. And he's telling you all the things he observed. And he's telling you it sounded like excited delirium. And he is watching because he says, it looks like it's starting to kick in. And when you time it out, that's barely been a minute. He's watching. And contrary to what the people said, there is absolutely going to be no evidence that Fire Medic Cooper or Lieutenant P. Cichuniec.
I'll remind counsel, this is opening statement,
Certainly.
not opening argument.
The evidence will not show that they asked anybody to slap their patient. There will be absolutely no evidence of that. In fact, the evidence you will hear is that when they said, how does he look? Because he has officers on him and they think he looks like he's calming down. When police did that, they were disgusted because that is not how they treat their patients. But they didn't have control over their patient. He is in handcuffs. You heard officers. He's in custody if he isn't already. He's gonna be if he isn't already. That's law enforcement. That is not fire. And did you hear what Fire Medic Cooper said when he was explaining what his plan was? If it's okay with you. Because as you watch these body-worn cameras, you're gonna see the little nuances. As Fire Medic Cooper comes around the head, police slam Elijah to the ground. At one point, one of the officers that's on top of Elijah restraining him starts to cramp up and asks for somebody to relieve him. Fire Medic Cooper goes to step around. Nope, it's got to be law enforcement. Another law enforcement officer gets on top and trades out. Law enforcement asks for an extra set of gloves. The firemen go to hand them. Nope, we're not taking the firemen's gloves. We take them from law enforcement. Fire Medic Cooper says, this is my plan. My plan is, as soon as it takes effect, we're going to transition him. We want the cuffs off. We want the cuffs off. If it's okay with you, let's get those cuffs off and we're going to lift him to the gurney. And what does law enforcement do instead? They completely override him. Watch what the evidence will show. Actually, I don't think I got that clip for you, so I'm going to tell you, I believe the evidence is going to show this. I know the evidence will show this. When Fire Medic Cooper says, okay, looks like it's starting to take effect, let's go ahead and get those cuffs off. The officer says, no. Let's lift him to the gurney and then we'll take the cuffs off. That creates yet another hurdle. These firemen cannot get to their patient. They don't have handcuff keys. Law enforcement just told them, nope, not doing it your way yet again. We get to slam them. We get to be on top of them. We get to use pressure points. You don't get to tag in. And now the evidence will show you also don't get to tell us to take the cuffs off. So the evidence will show as they go to the gurney, this is as now we're transitioning from police to fire. And what we're going to ask you to pay very close attention to is the evidence will show the second those cuffs come off, the difference in what's going on. So watch as the cuffs come off and we transition to fire.
5 minutes.
You hear Paramedic Cooper in the background saying, let's get that end tidal going, let's get suction going, let's get suction going. And you're going to hear, and the evidence is going to show he's repeatedly calling for suction to be ready because it's in the ambulance right there. That is the high volume suction. He is saying having the end tidal ready. That's the CO2, have it ready. He's calling for this. And the second that cuff comes off, what are they doing? They're lifting the bed. You see Paramedic Cooper's over there. He's got the head tipped and he's wiping some of that emesis and he starts calling for suction. That's what the evidence is going to show you. That as they're going, and why? Because there is a specific protocol regarding handcuffed patients. And we'll look at it. If you have to transport somebody in handcuffs, law enforcement has to go with. Because the firemen don't have handcuff keys. They can't take full control of their patient until law enforcement lets go. And they hadn't until we saw that last cuff come off. And you hear the paramedic saying, get that off. Nope. You hear and you'll see the firemen saying, have end tidal, have the suction. And the evidence will show that as they're loading Elijah into the ambulance, he's still breathing. And they notice Lieutenant Medic Pete Cichuniec is up at the front. He has been tasked to be on suction and he's watching. Then you will hear the evidence will show he notices there's no breathing. He calls for a pulse and they notice that there is a real problem, and you will hear from everybody. The efforts in that ambulance were astounding. The resuscitative efforts were impeccable. The endotrach that Lieutenant Paramedic Cichuniec placed was perfect. The CPR all the way to the hospital was incredible. And watch as they get to the hospital. We're going to see another handoff when they hand off to the hospital staff. What are you going to do, Poplar? I don't think anyone knows his phone.
50 seconds left. We'll just finish up this round. Okay. And we'll contact over. Okay. So just keep doing compression. We're gonna finish up this round. Okay.
When you watch this in trial, the evidence will show that in that hospital room, there are a ton of medical personnel just standing around. They're not just standing around. They're waiting for the handoff because Paramedic Cooper had gotten out. He had taken the doctor and said, come with me, I'm giving you the handoff. He had gone in, he had prepped them, and they were waiting, but they were letting fire finish their job, and then they took over. When Elijah died, there was an autopsy performed. There was an autopsy in September of 2019, and in November of 2019, Dr. Sina found this.
You've got a minute left.
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. Cause of death, undetermined. Intense physical exertion and narrow left coronary artery are the contributing factors. Undetermined, because Elijah had a small, narrow left anterior descending artery. It pumps the heart. Those were the findings of Dr. Sina. November 2019. So why are we here? Well, we have 2020, And in 2021, at the end of 2021, let's look at what Dr. Sina says.
Your minute's up.
We'll have to wait and find out at trial.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If it's one thing that my colleague, Ms. Bagan's opening statement should have underlined and emphasized to you, it is, in this case, you have to pay attention to the details. You cannot just watch what is happening up front. You have to pay attention to what's happening in the background. You are going to see a lot of video in this case. You are going to see a lot of evidence. And I am going to ask you to pay attention, careful, close attention to that evidence, because the answers to this case lie in those details, as Ms. Bagan has been pointing out. When emergency medical personnel are summoned to a scene, they are there to do three things, and three things only. They are there to assess, they are there to stabilize, and they are there to transport. That's it. They are not there to enforce the law. They are not there to take anyone into custody. They are there to get whoever is involved to the people that can help them. They are there to help. And in that effort, they operate as a team. And like any team, they have distinct roles. And on this day, when police encountered Elijah McClain, one of the roles was Paramedic Cooper had medical control of the scene. That meant that when these personnel, these emergency personnel got on scene, that Paramedic Cooper would make the medical decisions. Paramedic Cichuniec had safety control of the scene. He had administrative control of the scene. And in that role, you will see, despite the characterizations of the prosecution, that both of these paramedics do not approach the police officers where Mr. McClain is being held on the ground. They split up. There's a reason for that. Cole, could you put up the map, please? This is Billings Street. This is the apartment building outside of which Mr. McClain was being held on the ground by the police officers. Sorry. Being held on the ground by the police officers when the medics arrived. And as Ms. Bagan pointed out, the Billings Street was so choked with police cars that when the paramedics first arrived, they had to park over a block away down here and walk north. And during the course of the trial, you will see video showing Sergeant Leonard saying, "Oh, there's the paramedics." And then something like 30 or 45 seconds goes by before they actually come up on the scene. That's because he can see them way down there, walking up toward the scene in their pants with their reflective tape on the bottom of their pants. And as they're walking up, Paramedic Cichuniec realizes, wait a minute, I know that when we were dispatched to this call 2 minutes ago, so was the ambulance. But I know where we were coming from. I don't know where the ambulance is coming from. Because in Aurora at the time, Aurora didn't have its own ambulances, doesn't have its own ambulances. It contracts with a company called South Ambulance. And when the ambulance shows up, when you hear them talking about where's the ambulance and becoming emergent, that ambulance isn't coming from Aurora. That ambulance is coming from South Ambulance. An ambulance coming. And it turns out that that ambulance was actually responding from way over on Tower and Colfax at the time, several miles away. So, Mr. Cichuniec comes up, and the first thing he sees in his role and consistent with his training is we have a safety issue. Because if this ambulance comes in from the south along Billings, they won't be able to get to the scene. They won't be able to get to near the patient. So I need to tell them this is the state of play. And so that's what he does. Can you put the first still photograph up, please? So I back up one. Right here. This is just as Paramedic Cooper is approaching the scene. Here are the police officers holding Mr. McClain. Here is Mr. He is out in the street. He is not up on the lawn. What he is doing is he's walking up Billings to see if it clears up. And it does. And he stays up there. He wanders back and forth between near where the officers are holding Mr. McClain and back along here. And he makes a radio call to the ambulance. And he tells them, when you come in from the north on Billings, because the bottom is clogged up and you guys won't be able to. Then he starts to wander back where they're assessing Mr. McClain. And as my colleague Ms. Bagan pointed out, Paramedic Cooper says, when they get here, tell them we need narcs and restraint. Can you put up the PowerPoint slides? Special considerations. These calls, and it's referring to, this is the training given to the paramedics. These calls can require special attention to scene safety, excited delirium calls. Close and clear communication between all agencies will be imperative. These patients may have already been tased by the police and restrained, but these patients are also very important. That's why when Paramedic Cichuniec steps back to come back to the scene, see what's going on, make sure that safety protocols are being followed, and Paramedic Cooper steps out and says, tell them we need narcs and restraints. Paramedic Cichuniec says, narcs or ketamine. Paramedic Cooper verifies ketamine. That is the system of checks that's going on. Make sure that scene safety is being maintained for everyone. We're all still on the same page. But the ambulance is not there yet. Why not? Because it's coming from so far away. So Paramedic Cichuniec gets back on it. Hey, you guys are still coming emergent, right? You heard video. That is Mr. Cichuniec saying, you guys need to get here because we have a situation that requires immediate attention. And you, ambulance, have the tools we need to accomplish that. Where are you? Get here. I've told you how to get here. I've told you the best way to get here. I've told you to get here soon. Come on in. He makes that radio call and he steps back to where the other personnel are around Elijah McClain. And he's there for almost exactly 1 minute. You will see in the course of the drive, you'll see that ambulance come down southbound from the north, just like he said. They'll pass him. They'll notice it's there. He will leave. He steps away, verifying again. Gonna go get the ketamine, and he says 500, and Paramedic Cooper says 500. Again, touching base. We on the same page. It's the same stuff going on. We're still in the same position. Yes, we are okay. And then you don't see Paramedic Cooper again until he brings the stretcher, the brand, from the ambulance. Because that's what he is off camera back there doing. He has gone to the ambulance. He has told the EMT and paramedic in the Falcon ambulance what his colleague needs, what Mr. Cooper needs. Paramedic Cooper needs 500 milligrams of ketamine taken over. And that's what the paramedic Falcon ambulance does. Paramedic Falcon ambulance draws that ketamine. And takes it over to medical. Then checks to make sure that the pulse is still right and that the circumstances are still the same, and then he confess. Mr. McClain, the pram, the stretcher is already there, ready to go. And you'll recall, as they're waiting for the ketamine to take place, what is the next step on the protocols? The next step is not monitor the patient. The next step is complete restraint protocol. Soft restraints are essential. Seconds. Yes, thank you. Restraints are crucially important for excited delirium patients, even when appropriately sedated. Why? The evidence will show that the reason restraints are needed is because the drugs that are used to sedate these individuals are not 100% effective. And that when someone comes out of sedation, they come out the same way they went under. So if somebody is struggling or fighting when they go out, to them, when they come out of the sedation, no time has passed. They come out doing the same thing that they were doing before, which is why you hear when they give him the sedation, they say, put your hand right here on this pressure point in case he fights. That's looking for the future. That's what that direction is. Patients are transported in the prone or hobbled position. Exactly. That's why they sedate those patients first, so that they can be put in those positions. And then maintain 4-point restraints and at least one person per limb and one at the head. And that's exactly what we see. They take those hard restraints off the handcuffs and they put them in what is sometimes referred to as the rock star position. They have one hand up top and they have one hand down low. And they use the soft belt restraints. The reason they do that is in case that sedation wears off and they come out the way they went under. But they cannot, they need one person per limb. They cannot, at that point, take the time to start monitoring in the formal way that you might be thinking. They have to comply with the restraint protocol first. And once that's done, What do? They take Mr. McClain immediately to the ambulance, which is literally right there. It's a few feet away. And as they are putting him into the ambulance, they notice he's not breathing. You can see Mr. McClain, and the evidence will show Mr. McClain is breathing. He's on the pram. He's been sedated. That's on the body. They get into the ambulance. They notice he's not breathing. One of the paramedics immediately takes a pulse. There's no pulse. And they immediately start life-saving measures. And the way that they conduct life-saving measures, they work in a rotational basis. But there's a paramedic breathing, doing a mask. There's a paramedic putting on feeds and capnography and things like that. And there's paramedics that are delivering CPR. And the paramedics delivering the CPR, they do it for 2 minutes straight. Then they rotate out and a fresh paramedic comes. So immediately upon going into the ambulance, Mr. McClain is subject to cardiopulmonary resuscitation, life-saving measures. And those life-saving measures continue. So the first round of 2 minutes is actually accomplished by one of the Falcon paramedics in conjunction with the AFR personnel that are in back of the ambulance. When that 2 minutes is up, that Falcon employee rotates out, an AFR firefighter comes in, takes over the CPR, and that Falcon employee drives the ambulance to the hospital. They get through one CPR rotation and they drive to the hospital. They don't stop when they get to the hospital. You watched the entry into the hospital. There was an AFR employee on that person's chest, riding the pram, giving Elijah McClain CPR all the way into the hospital, all the way into the emergency room. In keeping with requesting that you pay attention to the details, as the case moves forward, I want you to ask yourself not only questions about what you see, but questions about what you don't see, why you don't see it. Ask yourself why you didn't see any body cam footage of the 11 minutes between the time that Mr. McClain was contacted by the police, the time that paramedics showed. Ask yourself, as the case goes on, continue to pay attention to the detail. Ask yourself those questions. Pay attention not only to what you've seen, but what you haven't seen. You're not only going to see a lot of video in this case, you're going to see a lot, or hear a lot of expert testimony. Here we are, 4 years later, having the time to look at all of that information, all of that video, to slow it down, reverse it, study it in great detail, pause it, analyze it, look at all of the medical records, look at all of the information that we have so far, and sit in judgment. Paramedic Cichuniec, paramedic, and judge them on literally hours and pages and years of analysis and information that they didn't have. When they walked into a situation that they literally had minutes, make a decision, follow a protocol, and do what they needed to do for Elijah McClain. This case is not about whether mistakes were made. This case is not about whether protocols were met. This case is about whether, in helping Mr. McClain, these two gentlemen committed a crime. And at the end of this case, after you've seen all of this, we are confident that you will find that they did not. Thank you, ladies.
If I could have counsel approach for a moment, please. Folks on the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. I'd like you to be back in the jury assembly room down on the first floor a little before 1 o'clock, so that'll give you about an hour and a half to for your break and to get something to eat if you wish to. I'll remind you once you get, again, as I must, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research about this case or this kind of case or any of the issues. Avoid any press coverage, and please notify the court if somebody tries to speak with you about the case. So we'll see you back in at about 1 o'clock. 2023, Division L of the District Court, Adams County, Judge Mark Warner presiding. The court will recall case numbers 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. We have the parties and counsel present. I've sent one of my staff to get the jurors. Anything before we get started?
Not for Mr. Cichuniec, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Shannon.
Did we miss order?
I know, I was like, come on.
But you- I think I did.
Jurors entering.
Right, if jurors have returned and are being seated, please be seated. Court will formally recall 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. Parties and counsel are present. First witness for the people. I will ask you to speak close to the microphone to make sure everybody can hear you. If you can Tell us your name and then spell your last name for my court reporter.
Raminder Aulakh, Aulakh.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Aulakh.
Good afternoon.
Do you go by a first name other than Raminder?
Tima,
Tima, is that how people know you?
I beg your pardon?
Is that how people know you?
They do, yes.
And are you here pursuant to a subpoena to testify?
Yes, I am.
What do you do for work?
I own gas stations in Centennial and Aurora.
And how many gas stations do you own?
3.
And is one of your gas stations at Colfax and Billings in Aurora?
It is. It's a Shell.
And as part of that Shell station, what all do you sell?
It's a convenience, gas and convenience.
And at that convenience store, do you sell what we would typically think of as selling at a convenience store? Candy, pop, drinks?
Absolutely, yeah.
And is that the way it is for all your convenience stores?
Yes.
And have you owned and operated that Shell station convenience store at Billings and Colfax since August of 2019?
Yes, way before that, actually.
And when you say way before that, when was that?
2009.
How often do you work at that Shell gas station?
Almost every day.
And what do you do there?
My office is in that Shell gas station. So I try to be there as much as I can, almost 5 days a week for sure, but I also go on the weekends.
Thank you. I would like to turn your attention and ask some questions specifically about that Shell station. Do you have any type of security cameras at the convenience store?
Yes, we've had security
And
for
is that
quite some
true?
time now. Yeah.
Okay, quite some time now?
Mhm.
Is it true that you have security for all of your stores?
I do.
And did you have security cameras in August of 2019?
Yes.
Do you have multiple security cameras?
Each store is different. So this particular Shell, I have one system which has 16 cameras or channels, and it's works with a DVR unit.
And approximately, where are all the cameras?
They're all over the property, on the perimeters outside and inside the store and the transaction area.
And is that also true for your stores in Centennial?
Yes, there we have only one DVR with 16 channels. And my third store is a bigger property, so I have 2 sets of DVRs with 16 cameras each.
So it sounds as if because you have security cameras both on the inside of the store and the outside of the store, that you have multiple angles in and around the store.
Yes, we do.
And is that the same setup for your other stores as well?
Yes.
Now, does the camera footage actually capture what's happening in real time?
It does.
And once it's captured, is it stored somewhere in your system?
It's stored for 10 days.
Is it stored automatically, or is there something that you have to do in order to capture the video?
It's all automatic.
Where is the DVR kept at the Shell station in Aurora?
On all locations, including the Shell, it's always always in the manager's office.
And so for the Shell station in Aurora, that's in your office, is that correct? Is the camera footage that you have from your security system, is it stored in the regular course of your business?
Yes.
Can you tell when you're looking at the video image, the date and time of when the image is captured by your DVR system?
Yes, on each camera, it appears on the screen.
And is it up in a sort of the left or right-hand corners?
Yes.
Does it always have the date and time?
Always.
Now, how accurate is the date and time?
It's 100% accurate.
You have indicated that you have multiple cameras. Does each camera capture the date and time as part of your system?
They all do.
I would like to draw your attention to August 2019. Do you recall whether or not an Aurora police officer came to your location at the Shell station on Billings and Colfax in order to see whether or not you still have the video camera footage for August 24th, 2019?
Yes.
And did you actually meet with him and give him something from your security system?
Yes.
How did that happen?
The officer came to me, and since I'm always in and out of the office, doing other things, I always tell PD to bring their team and get whatever they need. This was not the first time. Anytime they need help, I just have, because they're more savvy than me, technically, So,
And so,
I provided them with those little disc thingies also.
so you gave the Aurora police officer the footage for August 24th, 2019?
I asked the officer to take it himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, since that time, have you reviewed discs of the footage that was captured on that night?
Yes, I have.
And have you reviewed them to make sure that they were accurate?
Yes.
And at the time that you reviewed it, did you sign or date the disc in order to show that you had reviewed it and found it to be accurate?
Yes, I did.
If I approached you and showed you the disc, would you be able to identify your initials and the date?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I please reproach?
Yes.
And for the record, I have showed counsel exhibits 124 through 134. They are all CD disc. I don't think either one of them have any questions. If you would just take a moment and look through all the discs and make sure that you see your signature, your initials, and the date.
Yes, they all have my initial.
And since they all have your initials, can you confirm that this is the footage of the DVDs from your store?
Yes.
Now, when you watch these discs in order to confirm that these are the DVDs from your store, did you recognize your own property?
I do.
And did you note that this recording was from the evening of August 24th of 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to move to admit exhibits 124 to 134.
Questions or objections with respect to those exhibits from counsel for the defendants?
There's no voir dire or objection on behalf of Mr. Cooper, Your Honor.
Same for Mr. Cichuniec, Your Honor.
The court will admit exhibits 124 through 134.
Yes, sir. If we could please pull up People's Exhibit 124. We're going to show you a little bit of the video clip, if you could just watch it on your screen. And do you recognize this as the outside exterior of your video from your store?
Dumpster area of the gas station.
And you had earlier testified that you believe that the date and time was either in the left or right-hand corner of the video. Do you see it in the left-hand side of the video?
I do.
And does it read August 24th? It actually reads 2019-08-24. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it also reads 22.
Around 10:30 at night, yes.
22/32/19.
Yes.
Could we please play it now and publish it to the jury?
You may.
From the beginning, please. Now, Ms. Akla, we are not hearing any sound. Is that typical of your videos?
Yes, we don't have sound recordings.
And in this video, where is the front door or where is the door to your shell station? If you were looking at the video, is it at the front of the screen?
No, this is the west side of the store.
And we see a street on the other side, a little bit up in the right-hand corner. What street is that?
Billings Street.
I'd now like to play another exhibit 127 from the beginning through 223721. What are we seeing here in this clip?
That's the transaction area, and my cashier Mariah is working one register right there. And I see a few customers waiting.
And when you say Mariah, is that Mariah Gentry?
Yes.
And is she the woman that has the black hoodie on?
Yes.
Is this the interior of your store?
It is.
And just to orient the jury, is the front door towards where that woman was just walking on the clip? Do you know any of the other people in this video?
They seem to be regular customers. I don't know anybody by name, but I did recognize the lady in the green shirt. She's a regular, the one who just left.
And then the man walking out, is he going out through the front door?
Yes, he is.
Thank you. We may stop. Where does your front door face?
It faces Colfax Avenue.
I'd like to go to People's Exhibit 124, please, from 223725 through 223746. And are we again looking at the exterior of your shell station?
Yes, it's the dumpster side, yeah.
And once again, this person is walking towards the billing side?
Yes, he is.
We may stop. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You own 3 gas stations in Centennial and Aurora, is that correct?
It's correct.
Are each of them also convenience stores?
They're all 2 Conocos and 1 Shell.
All right. And you said, I believe you testified that you work almost every day. Is that at the Shell or at all 3?
All 3 stores, yeah.
So your time is kind of divided between the 3?
I'm mostly at the Shell gas station because I also manage that one. I don't have a manager, and the other 2 have managers, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your security system, as you said, and as we kind of observe for ourselves, does not have audio. Is that right?
It does not.
Is that true for all 3 of your stores?
Yes, sir.
You said the cameras, to your knowledge, are 100% accurate as to the date and time?
They are.
Are your cameras synced with anybody else, like Aurora Police, Dispatch, or anything like that?
They are not.
Okay. And the night of the video we just watched, were you working that night? Do you know?
I don't believe I was working that day.
Okay.
I generally am not there after like 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
You identified, you identified possibly 2 people in the video. Mariah Gentry was working as the night clerk that night, correct?
Yes.
And does that indicate whether you would have been there that night or not, the fact that Ms. Gentry was there?
No,
Okay.
she generally covered the late evening shift till 11, sometimes midnight, yeah.
Okay, so you and she could have been there at the same time. It's just your recollection is that you're usually not there past 9 o'clock, so you probably weren't there that night.
I wasn't there that
Well, you
day.
were not, definitely not.
Yes, definitely not there that
Okay,
day.
thank you. Oh, could we get defense put up there, Your Honor? Thank you. So this is a still shot from the video you just looked at. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to put, I think you said this woman right here. Is this the one that you said you
Yes,
might know as a regular person, but you don't know her name?
I do not know the
Okay.
name, yeah.
Do you know the gentleman here wearing the tank top and the shorts and looks like flip-flops?
No, I don't know him by name.
Okay.
I've been at this location for a very long time, since 2009. So I know a lot of people from the neighborhood, but not necessarily their names.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. May I have just a minute, Your Honor?
You may.
The gentleman, well, first could you put, thanks. You said you think this woman right here is a regular customer?
Yes.
How about the gentleman I asked you about right here?
Cannot recollect.
Okay, whether he's a regular
But
customer or not?
looks like a local, you know.
Okay. So basically, I guess the only person you recognize as a possible regular is the woman right here?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, they just have to take down your response, so. Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec,
Nothing from Mr. Chairman.
any redirect? May the witness be excused. All right, you may step down. Thank you. We don't have any other witnesses. They're going to be sponsoring the exhibits. Can we get them to my court reporter, please?
Oh, do you want us to go ahead and pass that?
Yeah, just no, the ones that were just admitted, please. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear upon a verb. Be proved and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you'll please be seated. All right, and if you could tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Deborah Furler, and last name is F as in Frank, U-R-L-E-R.
Your witness.
Good afternoon, Ms. Furler. Hi. Can you tell the jury, please, where you work?
For Aurora 911.
And what's your current job there?
I am a specialist, so I do call taking, police, and fire dispatch.
How long have you worked at Aurora 911?
7 years.
And what different jobs have you had during the time you've worked there?
Started off with call taking, then moved up to police dispatch, and then fire dispatch.
And do you do all three of those things now?
Yes.
Do those each require different training?
Yes.
Can you walk us through where you started and the first training that you got when you started working there?
When you first start with call taking, you do 8 weeks of classroom training, then about a month to 2 months of like on the job with a trainer taking calls and training, and then you're on your own and then move up to police. With police and fire, you get you go back into like on the job training where it's about 2 months with a trainer.
Okay. And can you describe for us generally the differences between each of those roles, call taking, police, and fire?
For call taking, you're taking all the 911 and emergency calls, and you're the one putting the calls in to be dispatched. And then when you get up to police dispatch, you're the one that's dispatching all the officers, talking to them, doing all the radio traffic. Same with fire dispatch. You're dispatching out the fire calls and talking and doing all the radio traffic for the fire department and EMS.
And are the folks doing those different jobs, are you all in one place together?
Yes, it's all one big room.
And are you all using one computer system to facilitate your dispatch and communications?
Yes.
Okay. And what system was Aurora 911 using back in August of 2019, if you remember?
Intergraph.
Intergraph, okay. Is that the same as ProQA?
ProQA is the system that the CAD system is Intergraph, and then ProQA was the system that call takers use to ask questions.
Okay. I think we can get into some more details about that. Were you working on August 24th, 2019 as a call taker?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall that night receiving a 911 call related to an event happening near Colfax and Billings?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you this disc. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Ms. Furler, have you recently had a chance to review that call related to Billings and Colfax that you took that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And is it on that disc 130, exhibit 137 in front of you?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I've signed it.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish or admit exhibit 137.
137. All right, questions or objections with respect to that offered exhibit?
Your Honor, no questions or objection on behalf of Mr. Cooper.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 137 will be admitted.
And I'd like to publish that exhibit to the jury at this time.
You may.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 29 minutes, and 27 seconds.
911, what is the address of the emergency? Okay.
It's Green Street and Blackhawk
Okay, is it Blackhawk Way, Blackhawk?
Street.
Okay, give me 1 second. Just repeat that intersection for verification.
Green Street and Blackhawk.
Okay, are you sure you're not on, give me 1 second. Is it possibly Evergreen?
No, this is Aurora.
Okay, well, no, I understand that. I just don't show you anywhere near a Blackhawk.
It's Blackhawk Street.
Okay, just stay on the line. Give me 1 moment. I don't show you, what I'm saying is I don't show you anywhere near Billings and Blackhawk.
What about Billing Street and Evergreen?
Okay, that's where I show you near. Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
720-285-6973.
And your name?
Juan.
And your last name, Juan?
Reyna.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
Ms. Furler, do you recognize your voice on that call?
Yes.
Okay, and can you describe to us when there's a call being made like that to 911, how does it come to you at the Aurora 911 Center?
So our phone systems, they automatically answer. So whatever call taker is available, if you're in ready status, as we call it, it'll automatically, it beeps in your ear. And you're automatically connected to the caller, and you just start with the introduction 911, what's the address of the emergency.
Okay, And could you describe for us the process that you were going through with the caller, just in that first part that we listened to?
Yeah, just address verification. So I can, when they initially call 911, we can get their basic cell phone GPS, which is like their phase 2 is what we call it. And we can download that into our CAD system and see on the map where they're showing within, and it'll tell us within how many meters. And so we ask, what's the address of the emergency? And you try and use your phase 2 to just verify exactly where they are.
And were you able to do that?
Yeah, that's why I was asking, like, you don't show near Blackhawk, you show near, I was trying to make sure I was getting the right location.
And if we could go back just like a second or two, and we'll play the next portion of, and I guess, let me ask you this. How are you deciding what questions to ask a caller?
It's the same questions every time. Every time we do address verification, then you go to phone number, then get their name, and then start with, tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, why do you get their phone number?
In case we disconnect and I have to call you back, or if later on officers need to call back, any number of reason.
Okay. All right, and then if we could play again, Ms. Keller.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened.
So there's a guy, he's walking with the opposite of north.
South?
South, yeah, he's walking south on Billing Street, he has a mask on.
Okay.
And then when I pass by him, he puts his hands up and does all these kinds of signs. I don't know, he looks tricky, right? He might be a good person or a bad person.
Yeah.
But he has a mask on.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put a call in so officers can go see what's going on, okay? Are you still at that?
Okay, and so what information are you getting from the caller there?
Purely just telling, getting exactly what was happening. And then that's when ProQA, we start using that. Tell me exactly what happened. Caller will tell you they saw somebody walking on the street and they were acting suspicious or whatever was going on. And you would, for this one, open up Police ProQA and choose your event type, which is like welfare check, suspicious, could be shooting or whatever you need. And then it starts telling you what questions to ask. Like, is the caller there right now? Are they involved? So like second party, third party. And then we go into why is it suspicious, and then start getting descriptions.
Okay. And so I think right before we stopped there, it sounded like you said, I'm going to go ahead and put in a call to the officers. Is that right? So tell me why you do that. For this call, why would you do that?
Purely because somebody's calling. If any person is calling 911 and they're requesting officers to check the area for something or that they see something, it's not a choice for me if I put a call in. It's purely they've called, so a call's getting entered for officers.
Okay. And what happens within the Aurora 911 center when you do that? How do you mechanically put in that call?
So purely just with the computer, once as I've gotten their address, phone number, name, then we open up ProQA and start typing within ProQA what they're telling me and answering those questions. And it gets put into the CAD system. And I believe it's right where we stopped. When I'm saying I'm putting a call in for officers, that's when it went to the dispatch side. As soon as I hit send, as we say it, it gets dropped into the pending screen.
Okay. And is the CAD system then, it's being used by multiple people within the 911 call center?
Yes, everybody's using it.
And once you've sort of initiated that call, is everything related to that call being collected in one place?
Yes.
Okay, and can everyone working on that call see everything that's being generated for that call?
Yes.
Okay, let's play again, Ms. Keller.
Okay, so now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. When did this happen? When did you see him?
Right now, he's like, I just turned around and he's like putting his hands up.
Okay, don't approach him, okay? If you need to, just drive away. I don't want you to go near him. Were any weapons involved or mentioned?
No.
Okay, I already have a call in, okay? I need to get his full description.
And so what information were you getting from the caller right then?
Basically just what the call is. So I was just gathering what he was calling for, and then I got that it just happened now, he was on scene, and then we were going into getting a description.
Okay. And you said don't approach him. Why did you say that?
That's something that basically is said to every person that's calling in either a no welfare check or suspicious party or anything, because I can't see what they're seeing, so I never want them to approach anybody.
And then if we can play again.
Ben, what race is he?
I think he's a black male.
Okay. How old does he look? I know he's wearing a mask.
No clue.
Okay. What color is the mask, or what does it look like?
Black.
Black mask?
He's like a gas station building free on Colfax now.
Okay. Is it like a ski mask, or what type of mask is it?
Yeah, like a ski mask.
Okay. And then what else is he wearing?
Oh, I don't know. I think that color is like a brown long sleeve shirt.
Okay.
And then black dress.
Okay.
And did you hear the caller just describe what what the person he was calling about was wearing?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Black ski mask, long sleeve, I believe brown shirt and black pants.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything about a warm winter coat?
I believe so. Have to listen to it one more time just to.
Okay, do you want to hear that again?
Oh, I don't know. I think that color is like a brown long sleeve shirt.
Okay.
And then black dress.
Okay. Black pants. Give me one moment. I'm just.
I heard brown long sleeve shirt.
Yes.
Okay, and black sweats?
Yes.
Okay, nothing about a warm winter coat. And is that typical to ask for the clothing description of a person?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and if we can play again?
Jotting notes. Are you or anyone else in danger right now?
No.
Okay. We have this call in, sir. Don't approach that person and do not disturb anything at the scene. We are going to have officers dispatched to check the area and try and locate him, okay?
Okay, he's walking towards the gas station here in Colfax.
Yep. I let them know that, okay? So don't follow him or anything. We're going to have officers come check the area, okay?
Okay.
So call us back immediately if anything changes or if you have any further information.
I'm good.
All right. And do you need officers to contact you, sir?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Call us back immediately if anything changes.
Okay, well.
Thank you.
What was the information that you gathered there in that last section of the call?
So we got description, and then I just gather if we have to ask if the caller or anybody else is in immediate danger, and then we give our ending notes of just don't disturb anything at the scene. We'll have officers dispatched as soon as possible, and just asked if the caller wants contact.
Okay. And did you hear anything from the caller to indicate that anyone was in any danger in this situation?
No.
Okay. And I think you asked whether there were any weapons involved.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And is that also an automatic question that you ask?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the response there?
There were no weapons involved or mentioned.
Okay. Did you hear any concern or report about somebody walking into traffic?
No.
All right. And so then, as you are taking this call, you are entering this information into the CAD system, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could publish to the witness only Exhibit 148. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Ms. Furler, do you recognize this as the CAD report related to the call that we just listened to?
Yeah, it's the police CAD report.
Okay. And can you describe for me how this report is generated?
It's purely what I type into the system. And then also it has like some of the background stuff of like the computer, pulling up all of the priors and that information. And then it'll have everything that the dispatcher does on there as well.
Okay. And is this a report that's generated in the regular course of your work at Aurora 911?
Yes.
And is that information regularly stored at Aurora 911?
Yes.
Okay. And if you had a chance to review this Exhibit 148?
Yes.
Okay. And does it appear to you to be the police CAD report from August 24th, 2019 related to the call that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit Exhibit 148, please.
Questions or objections?
No questions and no objection, none.
Your Honor, brief order.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Just a couple of questions about this exhibit. There appears to be a column that says CAD and a number on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
So so in this instance, CAD 18, that's the computer terminal that is working on the call at the point. So CAD 18 was where I was sitting in the center that night.
Okay. And I think you said that this document is constructed with information based upon what you type into it, correct?
Yes.
What the computer CAD 18 types into it?
Yes.
And also what the dispatcher types in?
Yes.
And are you referring to the police dispatcher or the fire dispatcher?
In this case, it would be the police dispatcher for this one.
Okay, and is that signified because in the event chronology, the number on here starts with a P and not an F?
Yes.
Okay, and so this document consists of information that you put in there, the computer put in there, and another police dispatcher put in there?
Yes, from CAD 8 would be the police dispatcher.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any objection to the admission of this exhibit with respect to the information that this witness inputted into this exhibit.
I'm not quite sure what that limitation means. Ms. Furler, you as you're working, you can see all of the information in this.
I can explain this. I don't think a foundation has been laid for the dispatcher information that is included in the CAD notes at this point. So I'm not objecting subject to that limitation, I guess is what I was saying, Your Honor.
All right, response to that objection.
Your Honor, I think Ms. Furler has laid the foundation for this entire document as a document of a regular recorded activity and explained that each person inputting information into this, whether it's her, the police dispatcher, they can see this entire record. I suppose if we're talking about personal knowledge of certain things, I wouldn't question Ms. Furler on her personal knowledge of something else someone else entered. It's just what she can understand as in her role and training as a police dispatcher from what's being represented here.
All right, well, perhaps we need a little more foundation with respect to the things that weren't inputted by the witness.
Okay. Ms. Furler, can you describe for us, as you're working on a 911 call, what information that you can see and that you're relying on that's coming in with respect to people entering information into the CAD system?
Apologize, I don't know exactly what the question is.
Sure. Let me try that one again. When you're looking at Exhibit 148 in front of you, is this information that is all coming in relative to the 911 call that you took?
Yes.
Okay, and as this information is coming in, can you see all of it?
Yes.
Okay, and can the police dispatcher that's working on this call also see all of it?
Yes, as soon as I've hit the send point, which is selecting that the incident was in progress and I was putting a call in for a suspicious person, then it drops to them and the police dispatcher. All of the police can see it. Anybody in the room actually can see it once I've hit that point.
And do people rely on that information?
Yes.
And are there systems in terms of what information people are supposed to be entering into this system?
Yes.
Okay. And is this information and a report that's generated in the regular course of Aurora 911 business?
Yes.
And relied on in the course of regular 911 business?
Yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed this document, correct?
Yes.
And do you have personal knowledge that this is the information that was put into that system related to the call that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think that's foundation for this as regularly recorded activity and authenticated by Ms. Furler is what everyone in the agency was relying on.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 148 will be admitted.
And if we could please publish that to the jury.
You may.
Ms. Furler, do you recognize this as the police CAD report from the 911 call you took on August 24th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to start by looking at the columns there at the top. Get zoom in on those. So I see a date time column. Am I right that that's the date and time that an item is being entered?
Yes.
And what about the terminal column there?
So that's the CAD, the computer system that was entering information.
And is that a physical computer terminal?
Yes.
And did you say that you were CAD 18 that night?
Yes.
And what about the operator column?
That's my ID number.
Okay. And so for any person that's entering information, will their ID number be reflected next to them there? Okay. And then what is the last sort of large column on the right there?
That's going to be all the notes that are put into the call.
Okay. And then let's talk about the first line there where it says event created. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And it says type suspo 129C01. Did you enter that information?
That part is entered by ProQA. That's the event type I selected was suspicious person. And then it's their system to decide like suspicious circumstances is all under event 129. And it's Charlie 01 based on what options I chose.
Okay. And how did you make the decision to choose suspicious person?
All I had was that there was a person walking, waving their arms down the street. You had asked earlier if somebody was, if it was mentioned that somebody was walking in the roadway. If somebody would have been walking in the, it would have been mentioned that this person was walking in the roadway or trying to get hit by a car or something like that. I would have chosen like welfare check. But at this point, all I had was somebody waving their arms walking down the street. So I went with suspicious person.
Okay. What other choices would you have had there? You guys said welfare check.
In this circumstance, just about a person walking up and down the street, it's welfare check or suspicious person.
And am I understanding correctly that because you didn't perceive that the person was in any danger or causing any danger, you didn't choose welfare check?
Yes.
Let's see. And it looks like you put in the location there for the call. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is agency AP?
Aurora Police.
Okay. And did you put that in?
That's once as I choose Billings and Evergreen, that's like a background system. It puts where in the city it is. So it's agency, it's Aurora Police. It's not like I'm not trying to drop a call in Denver. So it's Aurora, and then group 2 will be District 2, and then beat 12 is area 12 within the city.
And do you know whether this location, North Billings and Evergreen, do you know what county that is in?
It's Adams County.
And then it says, I think that's supposed to be priority 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What does that mean?
It means, so for police, we have priorities 1 through technically 9. We really use 1 through 4. So priority 1s would be like shootings, domestics in progress, family disputes in progress. Priority 2s are like suspicious parties, like things that are happening right now, but nobody's actively dying, basically.
Okay. And did you choose priority 2 for this call?
The ProQA system does.
Okay. And so if you put in suspicious person, is that automatically priority 2?
Yes. And then if like I would have chosen like welfare check or anything else like domestic family, those all go as priority 1s.
And what's the significance or the difference in terms of police responding to priority 1 versus priority 2, if you know?
So once it's, when you look at your pending screen, let's say you have like a priority 1 call and 3 priority 2 calls that are all in beat 12. You're going to look at that priority 1 call first and get that out as soon as possible, whether you have to clear an officer from a call that they're still en route to, or pull from another district, you're gonna get them en route to that as soon as possible.
En route to the priority 1.
Yes, versus like a priority 2. It could, like, you're gonna air the information out, but you're not gonna necessarily clear somebody from another call for it. It can sit there for a minute before it gets dispatched.
So it may or may not get an immediate response.
Yes.
Let's go down to the next entry there, please. Okay. And this is event remark. Did you put that in, that information in?
The part that's all capitalized, male walking southbound on Billings, has a mask on. When RP passed him, he started waving his arms. That I typed in, yes.
Okay. So am I right that if entries are in all capital letters, that's something that you typed in yourself?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. And what about the things below that are in the lowercase letters? What is that?
So that's ProQA asking me a question. So like, were there weapons involved? And then I have to select yes, no, or unknown. And so I selected no, because that's caller said no weapons. And then second party caller, it's like first party caller, second party, third party, or fourth party. And you have to select from a list for each question.
And what does second party mean?
Second party means that they're there, but they're not involved. They're not the one, like, it's not the person walking down the street calling in. It's a second person on scene.
An observer.
Yes.
And then it says suspicious because, and then it says notes. What does that mean?
So that's just, I didn't need to retype out what I'd already put into the problem.
Okay. And the notes refers back to that description in the, where you says problem,
Yes.
male walking southbound on Billings.
Yes.
Okay. And you describe the problem as male walking southbound on Billings, has mask on, and when RP passed him, he started waving his arms.
Yes.
Correct. And what is the RP?
Reporting party.
Okay. That's the 911 caller.
Yes.
And you didn't say anything about him walking into traffic, correct? And who can see this information that you have put in about this call?
Everybody that has a CAD, they can. The officers can. All of the dispatch center can.
Okay. Did you mean police officers?
Yes.
Okay. How would they see this information?
They can, they have computers in their cars that they can pull up calls on.
Okay. And do you know at this time, in 2019, if fire were dispatched on this same call, would they be able to see this information?
Yes.
And where would they see it?
They also have a computer in their truck that they would be able to pull it up on.
Would they be able to see all of the police CAD report or just this information?
That block where event remark and down, they see all of that.
Okay, but not necessarily everything else in this 20-page document.
Yeah, because a lot of it is background stuff that you only see like when we're getting a print off for to see all the system notes.
Okay. And then if we can go down to event remark, person 1 description. Do you see that? Ms. Kelleher? Back on the first page, it's just one down. Here we go. And Ms. Furler, did you enter this information as well?
Yes.
Okay. And is this one where ProQA is asking you questions, or are you typing in this information?
Basically, so it shows description, and then I hit enter and it brings up a pop-up box. It's really hard to describe without showing it. Brings up a pop-up box where it lists all the things you could get for a description. Our basics are you need to get race, gender, age, and clothing description, but you can ask a whole bunch of other things like, do they have a cane or whatever?
And did you type in the clothing description there?
Yes.
Black ski mask, brown long sleeve shirt, black sweatpants?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing about a warm winter coat?
No.
From looking at this exhibit, can you tell when police were dispatched to respond to this?
If you back out. The first officer was dispatched at 22:33.
So that would have been 10:33 that evening.
Yes.
And if we can go to the second page of this document, zoom in on the two event remarks near the top. What information is being reported here?
That's from the police dispatcher. So this is what an officer would have said on the radio, and then they're just typing what the officer has said.
Okay. And the CAT 08 is the police dispatcher?
Yes.
What does that 312 mean?
312 is the officer call sign.
Okay. Is that their PAR?
It's, yeah, their car, or that's the call sign they would use all night long.
Okay. And so whoever Officer 312 is reporting this information to police dispatch. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And what information was reported by that officer here?
They were out with a male that was walking northbound on Billings from Colfax, and they said the party was carrying a bag.
Okay. And then these comments are coming in at 10:42:43. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And does this document reflect when the officer first makes contact with the person that they were dispatched to make contact with? You can.
Yes and no. Like, obviously the officer's saying that they see the person, but it's not necessarily saying that they're making contact.
Okay. And then, and if we can back out of that, and then can you see on here where it's reflected that the officer made contact with the person?
It technically, it never says that the officer made contact with the person in the notes. We just kind of have to assume that he did once as they've arrived on scene and they're starting to give information, but they never actually said to the dispatcher, or at least it's not typed in these notes, that they were in contact.
Okay. And then if we could go down to the entry at 22:45:17. What, I guess, who provided this information?
The other officer that was on scene, 218.
218. And it looks like the information entered was start fire and keep everyone coming. Is that correct? What does that mean?
It means start medical, so start the fire department and an ambulance, and keep all the officers that were en route to the call, keep them coming.
Okay. And that was at 22:45:17?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you can look down just below that at the event remark and event cross-referenced. What does that reflect happening there?
That's showing that a call was created on the fire side for a fire medical event.
And is that the normal response to a police officer saying start fire? That means bring medical assistance?
Yes. Unless they said something for start fire, I see an outside fire, and they just say start fire. 99.9% of the time, it's just medical.
And as a dispatcher, is your response to that to immediately then send it over to fire dispatch?
Yes, you immediately, for this CAD system, you would just copy the event over to the fire dispatcher, yes.
And then if we can go down to 22:46:51. So this is a little bit more than a minute after the start fire and keep everyone coming. What information is being provided there?
218 is saying that they have the party detained, but they're still fighting with them on the ground.
Okay. And then if we could skip down to 22:47:45 and the entry right below that. Okay. And what is the information that's being relayed here?
So this is 218 saying that the officers that haven't already arrived on scene, they can slow it down because since they were obviously fighting with somebody, all the officers that are en route are going code. So they want them to slow it down. There's no reason for everybody to be going lights and sirens. And then it's the sergeant repeating the same thing, slow everyone down.
Okay. So it looks like between 22:45 was when they said start fire and keep everyone coming. And then by 22:47, 45, they're saying, slow down, it's okay.
Yeah, they're not still actively fighting.
And then if we could go down to 224753 and the one right below that. I'm sorry, I'm messed up. The next 224753, right below, slow everyone down. Okay. And looking in the column there where that has the $sign 316A, who does that reflect?
That's another officer call sign, 316 Adam. And since it's in that column, it means he is at his computer in his car pressing that he's arrived on scene.
Okay, so this reflects that 316A arrived at 2247?
Yes.
And right below that, is that 313, is that another police car?
Yes.
And that person arrived at 2247:59 as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could go to the next page, Ms. Kelleher, to 2253:42. Okay, and then it looks like the same person, 313, entered some information there. Can you see what that is?
Yeah, he put in his clearing remarks. So basically, he arrived on scene and then within a couple minutes, he was clearing and going available to take other calls. So they have to type in something. So he put that the situation was under control when he arrived, so he wasn't needed.
Okay. And what about if we go down to 2255:13, 316A? Okay, so this is the other car that arrived at 2247, and what is being reported here by that car?
And he's also going available and typing in that the party was detained prior to arrival, so he wasn't needed either.
Okay. Does that indicate to you that the situation is under control?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Response.
I'm just asking what she understands as the call dispatcher, police dispatch from her perspective.
Sustain.
Let's go down to the last entry on that page if we could. This is at 23:10:10, Ms. Furler. And what is the event remark being entered there? What does that mean?
So this is coming from one of our supervisors, CAD 15, it would be from a supervisor. And they're sending out a SIG, which is informational. It's an automatic message that gets sent to command staff. And they're saying that they sent a message for a core 0, which means that in this case, a party that was in custody was not breathing, not conscious.
Okay. Core 0 means not breathing, not conscious.
Yes.
Okay. Does it mean both of those things?
It means, so like the technical term is like there's no heart is what core 0 means. So like their heart and their breathing aren't doing anything.
Okay. And that entry was made at 23:10:10?
Yes.
If we could now publish to the witness only exhibit 149. And Ms. Furler, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And we talked a little bit ago about the cross-reference entry that came up in the police CAD notes. Is this the event that was created, like from that entry where it's cross-referenced to fire?
Yes.
Okay, and would you also be able to see, if you're working on this call, these fire dispatch notes?
Yes.
And is this created in the same way as the police CAD log that we just talked about?
So this one is slightly different because the police CAD log came from my 911 call. This CAD log was created from the police dispatcher. Once his police said, start fire, they type into the computer system a command that copies it over to fire. So the police CAD log came from me. This one came from the police dispatcher technically.
Okay. And as the call taker or the police dispatcher, are you able to see all of this information from the fire dispatch log as well?
Yes.
Okay, and is it created in the same way in terms of the system pulling information from everybody who's entering it into one place?
Yes.
And is it created in the regular course of the Aurora 911 operations?
Yes.
And are people relying on that information in doing their job at Aurora 911?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 149.
Questions or objections?
May I have what here, Your Honor?
May.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If I understand your testimony, you work in a common dispatch center with fire and police dispatch, is that correct?
Yes.
And at this time, you were a call taker. You hadn't yet been trained. I think you testified for a role doing fire or police. Is that fair to say?
At this time, no.
Okay. So you're able to say that you're able to say from your experience now that fire and police calls are synced, basically. That may be the wrong word, but they're synced so that fire can see the notes that were reported for police.
Yes.
Okay. But at the time this information was taken, you didn't have anything to do with creating exhibit number 149. Is that right?
Technically, no. It drops all the calls, all the notes that I put in from the 911 call, but it directly came, yes, from the police dispatcher.
Okay. So at the time exhibit 149 was created, you wouldn't have anything to do. You took the call, you made the notes as you testified, but you wouldn't have anything specifically to do with creating this stuff.
No.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to object to the admission of 149. At this point, I don't believe there's been a sufficient foundation.
I join that objection, Your Honor.
Response?
Your Honor, I think Ms. Furler has testified that this is a document that is linked to the call that she was working on, that she had access to at the time, that she's reviewed since, and can speak to the information that is she would have been able to review at that time, and was generated in the regular course of business and relied upon. And certainly has the training since then to understand what this document means.
All right, I agree. We need some more foundation for that.
In that case, I think we will wait for our next witness, and I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon again. So, Ms. Furler, you took a call as you testified on August 24th, 2019, and you spoke with a gentleman who identified himself as Juan Vega. Is that correct? Okay. And Mr. Vega told you that there's a guy, he's walking south on Billings Street and he has a mask on, correct?
Yes.
And he told you when I passed by him, and by the way, did you get the impression as you were talking to Mr. Vega that Mr. Vega was driving or walking when he said he passed by this person?
I couldn't say, like, in the moment, I think I assumed that he was driving past him.
Okay. And whether Mr. Vega later had contact with an officer or made a statement related to this, you wouldn't know anything about that, correct?
No.
Okay. So this call, Mr. Vega reported to you, he puts his hands up and does all these kinds of signs. I don't know. He looks sketchy. He might be a good person or a bad person. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he told you, but he had a full-on mask on.
Yes.
You asked Mr. Vega, were any weapons involved or mentioned? And he said no.
Yes.
You asked, are you or anyone else in danger right now, correct? And he said no.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, that was considered a suspicious person, right? Somebody calls in and uses the word sketchy.
Yes.
It didn't sound like a welfare check, right?
No.
And so at that time, August 24th, 2019, you're basically required to enter this as suspicious person.
Yes.
You don't really have any discretion to say, well, he's just waving his arms and wearing a mask, right? You've got to enter this as suspicious person and dispatch police to the scene.
Yes.
And that's what you aired, right? Suspicious person.
That's what I put in the call. Yes. Yeah.
Along with other notes that you took from the call. And as the caller said, you didn't know who this caller was, right? You didn't have any previous contact with Mr. Vega, did you?
No.
Okay. So as the caller said, you didn't know if this quote suspicious person was a good person or a bad person either, did you?
Yes. I didn't know.
Okay, all right, thank you. I asked it awkwardly. As you testified at 22:46:51, officers put out the information, party is detained but still fighting on the ground, correct? And that's information that fire can access as well.
Yes, when it gets copied over to the fire dispatch, all of the notes that have been put in by police dispatch also copy over, and any additional notes they add, they can see as well.
Okay. And this event, as you testified, was specifically cross-referenced. You saw evidence of that in the CAD notes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then at 22:45:17, there was the officers put out, they wanted fire and keep everyone coming, correct? Yes. And that means to a dispatcher, keep officers coming, we need them.
Yes.
All right. And again, that's information that fire can access.
They can see it, yes. When it got cross-referenced, they can see all that note, all those notes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have a minute?
You may.
Ms. Furler, Mr. Vega had never, you never asked him, he never told you how old he was, correct?
The caller, no.
Okay. Who identified himself as Juan Vega, right? Yes. Okay, so we all know who we're talking about. And are you aware whether Mr. Vega later gave information clarifying what he had seen?
No idea.
Okay. So you're not aware whether he later gave any information about traffic or being in the street or near cars or anything like that?
Not to my knowledge.
You just wouldn't know that?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Good afternoon, Ms. Furler. You testified a little earlier about this Pro QA program.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And that's a program essentially that populates template questions. Once you enter in the type of call it is, it populates template questions for you to ask the caller. Is that fair?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that in your training as a call taker, and then later as a police dispatcher, and then even later as a fire dispatcher, the call center is run on certain protocols? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And I think as my colleague asked you, as a call taker or as a dispatcher, you don't really have much discretion to deviate from those protocols. Is that fair?
No, no.
Yeah, you don't have any
No,
discretion?
don't have discretion, yeah.
Okay. So if the question is populated by Pro QA, you ask it.
Yes.
Okay. One of the questions that you asked was whether or not there were any weapons observed or mentioned. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a question from Pro QA.
Yes.
Okay. Now, and then you type down or you mark down whatever the response is in the software.
Yes.
Whether it's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. You have no way of knowing as the call taker whether or not that information is accurate. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. You also told the caller, don't approach this person that you're calling in about. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did that for safety purposes, right?
Yes.
Because again, you're not on scene. You don't know if it's a safe scene or a dangerous scene.
Yes.
Okay. And in that call, Mr. Vega described this individual who was walking down the street. First of all, he said he was walking in the street, correct?
I don't know about in the street, just I'd have to listen to it again to see if he said in the street, but walking down the street.
Down the street.
Yes.
Okay. He described him as wearing a ski mask, correct?
Yes.
Okay. He didn't describe him as wearing a runner's mask, right?
No.
Okay. You then asked, are you or anyone else in danger? And again, that's a question populated by this pro QA, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you're relying on the caller's perception to enter the response to the answer to that question. Is that fair?
Yes.
You don't have any way of knowing as to whether or not that information is accurate or not.
No.
Okay. We were talking about this exhibit 148. And on that CAD note, this call was listed as a priority 2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've had training as a police dispatcher, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does priority 2 dictate you testified that it dictates kind of the order that officers will respond to calls. So if something's a priority 1, they're expected to respond to a priority 1 call over a priority 2 call. Fair?
Yes.
And the same priority 2 over priority 3 and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Okay. Does priority 2 or priority 1 or priority 3, does the priority ranking dictate, for example, the number of personnel that would be dispatched?
No. The only thing that really does that is if, let's say it were like a cold vandal. I'm calling in about my car got vandalized last night. There's no chance, like we've clarified, there's no suspect on scene. Then you could send 1 officer, but usually our policy is just send 2 officers to at least start with, 2 officers to every call.
So if it's something in progress, you're probably going to send 2 officers.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything about the priority ranking that describes how they respond, emergent versus non-emergent?
No, not really, because they can still respond non-emergent to in progress, like domestics. It's kind of, that one's up to the officer in the moment, usually for like in progress domestics where they're actively fighting or a shooting or like where they're going to assist on a CPR call, those they'll definitely go emergent too. But just based on what priority it is, that doesn't base on if they go emergent or not.
Okay, the way they respond is dictated by something other than that priority ranking. Okay. You talked, when you were talking about this exhibit and about the CAD notes, you were asked if, and I think you testified that both police and fire have computers in their respective vehicles, correct?
Yes.
Are those referred to as MDCs?
Yes.
Michael, David, Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. And you had indicated that the information in the police CAD that is signified by the P case number, that once that is copied over, fire should be able to see that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If it's not cloned or copied over, then they're not going to be able to see it, correct?
Yes.
Fire. Let me clarify. Bad question. If it's not copied or cloned, fire is not going to be able to see the police CAD notes, correct?
I think there is a way that they could if they wanted to, but normally on a daily basis, they're not going to pull up PD calls.
So the user, the firefighter or the officer on his or her end could link or pull it up if they chose to.
Yeah.
Okay. But that doesn't happen automatically, correct?
No.
Somebody has to clone it or copy it over.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything in that exhibit 148? And Cole, can we just publish to just the witness, exhibit 148?
Okay, it should be switched.
Is that up on your monitor, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything on this document, and direct us if we need to scroll down or anything like that? Is there anything in exhibit 148 that tells us whether or not this information was copied or cloned over?
When 2245, when it says cross-referenced and then it has the fire and PD numbers, that means it's been sent over to fire.
Okay, that means the call's been sent over to fire, correct? Does that mean that the CAD has been copied?
Everything above where it says that has been sent over, yes.
Okay, all right. Because at this point, fire has been dispatched. Is that fair?
Yes, they're being dispatched as soon as those notes are in there.
Okay. Thank you, Cole. Let's go to the portion of 148. Sorry, the CAD, yeah, 148. I want to make sure I have the exhibit number correct, where it talks about slow down. Do you remember being asked questions about a portion of in the CAD where they say dispatch fire, keep everyone coming?
Yes.
And then there's an entry later which says slow everyone down.
Yes.
Okay, so if we can go ahead and publish that to everybody, Cole. So first of all, tell me again who CAD 08 is.
That's going to be the police dispatcher.
Okay, so it says to parties not on scene, slow down, slow everyone down. Those two entries. You see those? Okay. I think you testified that meant that they were not actively fighting anymore. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Okay. It actually doesn't say that, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Just that's off of my own knowledge of.
You're just assuming that's the situation.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know for certain whether or not they're still fighting him or not.
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Cole. That was the police dispatcher, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So would that, if you know, I don't want you to guess.
Yeah.
If you know, does that mean slow everyone down on the police side, or does that mean slow everyone down, both police and fire?
Just the police side.
Okay. And how do you know that to be the case?
When they're in that instance, when they're saying just slow, because they would say slow fire down if they wanted slow fire down.
Okay.
Specifically. Because fire always comes emergent to those two calls at this time. Fire came emergent to all calls. And so if they wanted fire slow down, they would need to specify fire.
And when fire would respond emergent to these calls, would that include Falk, the ambulance service that is dispatched along with fire?
Yes.
Okay. So in that CAD note, no one is slowing down fire or Falk.
Nobody's slowing down fire or Falk. Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect. All right, may the witness be excused? All right, you may be excused. Thank you. If counsel could approach, please. All right, we're going to take our mid-afternoon break now. Please recall, don't form or express any opinions, discuss the case, even amongst yourselves, do no independent research, avoid any press coverage. And we'd like to have you back here in about 15 minutes if possible. Recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. People's next witness.
The people will call Ethel Nelson.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you. Now, please be seated. All right, due to the COVID glass panels that we still have up, I'm going to have to ask you to speak somewhat loudly, or you can pull the microphone close to make sure everybody can hear you. And if you can please tell us your first and last name and spell your last name.
Ethel Nelson, Nelson.
Your witness.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Nelson.
Hi.
Where are you currently employed?
City of Aurora 911.
And what's your job there?
I am a relief dispatcher, fire dispatcher.
And are you appearing to testify here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes.
How long have you worked as a dispatcher with the City of Aurora?
I've been employed there for 30 years. It'll be 30 years, January 10th. Dispatching, I started dispatching in 2006.
In what year? I'm sorry.
2006.
Okay. And have you held various different roles within the Aurora 911 Center?
Yes.
And what roles have you had?
Call taker. I believe I was a 911 operator, call taker for 13 years. Then I trained as a fire dispatcher and then a police dispatcher.
And are you currently focused on doing the the fire dispatch?
Yes.
And were you a fire dispatcher back in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I want to focus on that period of time specifically with respect to being a fire dispatcher. Back in 2019, how would calls come in for fire so that you would dispatch Aurora Fire Rescue to respond?
Basically from the public calling for medical, or we would get the calls from police if they're on scene and they need medical.
How would a call come in from police if they needed medical assistance?
The police dispatcher would send a call to the fire dispatcher to dispatch.
And at that time, were you all operating on a shared computer system to do your dispatch work?
Yes.
What system was that?
The CAD system, I believe, was Intergraph at that time.
And if you were working as a fire dispatcher and a call for medical assistance came through the police, how would that information get relayed to you as a fire dispatcher?
The call actually comes in, it will come in on the fire dispatcher screen to dispatch it. Police would create a call, or if it was from a 911 operator, they would enter a call for medical.
Okay. And then what would happen on the fire dispatch side once you received that request for medical, once that came in on your screen from the police dispatch?
The fire dispatcher would dispatch the call, meaning they would tone the stations and give them basically what they're going on and the address.
And when you say tone the station, what does that mean?
Alert the stations. They get tones in their stations to let them know they have a call.
And does the fire dispatcher choose which station or who gets dispatched on a call?
The system does. It's set up GPS location, depending on where the call is, the closest station to that call normally would get the call.
And then after the dispatcher has toned the station, what happens next with respect to fire dispatch and the fire personnel that are dispatched to the scene?
After the call gets dispatched, then the units go en route and they code up on the TAC channel. The tactical dispatcher would give them the information on the call.
What does that mean, they code up on the tactical?
Meaning they call in service basically on the radio that they're en route.
Okay. And is the person who's communicating with them there at the 911 dispatch center too?
Yes.
Okay. So there's one person that dispatches them and then they're put on the fire tactical channel with another
Yes.
dispatcher.
That's correct.
And you are sometimes that fire tactical dispatcher, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then from that point forward, you're communicating with the fire personnel that have been dispatched over the radio?
Yes.
And who all can hear what's going on that radio communication?
In general, I don't think the fire channel is encrypted, so the public could listen to it. If they know what channel to listen to, anyone can listen to the fire dispatch and tactical.
Okay. And so the dispatcher at the 911 center is on the radio with them and the fire engine that's dispatched is on the radio. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a person who is dispatched on the fire engine who is the person who is responsible for communicating with you over the radio or with the dispatcher over the radio?
Yes.
Who is that?
It's normally the company officer, basically.
And is that a function that's assigned out among the fire personnel that are responding?
I believe so. The company officer is usually in charge of the rig, so whether it's a captain or a lieutenant or acting lieutenant.
And does that person have a particular place that they sit in the fire engine when it's dispatched?
Yes.
Where is that?
They normally sit front seat passenger side.
And if you have a call for fire that's a medical situation, are you also dispatching the ambulance to come to respond to that call?
We don't dispatch them. The ambulance company dispatch, but they do key up on our radio, letting us know that they're en route as well.
How do they get notified that there's a medical emergency that they need to respond to?
The ambulance company gets the calls as well, and they create a call for their side, their computer side, that matches our call, mirrors basically, and they dispatch their personnel, closest personnel to the incident.
And is the ambulance company that works with AFR in the situation called Falk?
Yes.
Right. And so just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, say the police ask for medical assistance, that information would get, or that request would get pushed over to fire dispatch and to Falk at the same time?
They will send it to fire dispatch. The fire dispatcher will dispatch the call. Then Falk sees that call and they attach their ambulance to the call after it's been dispatched on the fire side.
And is Falk then on the radio communication with the fire TAC dispatcher and the fire engine as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Nelson, were you working as fire dispatch on the night of August 24th, 2019?
I was on the TAC channel, yes.
Okay. And have you had a chance to recently review the audio of a call that was dispatched related to an incident at Colfax and Billings from that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
And Ms. Nelson, have you had a chance to recently review, I'm sorry, I've handed her Exhibit 139, which I've also provided to Defense Counsel. Have you had a chance to review the audio on that disc just recently?
Yes.
And do you recognize that audio as fire tech communications, radio communications that you and others were having on that call on August 24th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay, and did you initial the disc there to confirm that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 139.
Objection or voir dire?
I have no voir dire or objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 139 will be admitted.
Okay. And if we could publish to the witness only Exhibit 149. Ms. Nelson, up there on the screen in front of you is a document. Do you recognize this as the fire CAD report that accompanies the call that you were fire tech on August 24th, 2019?
Yes. Yes,
And-
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. And the CAD system, and do you recognize yourself as one of the dispatchers inputting information into this report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and are you able to do that by your employee number?
Yes.
Okay, and which CAD terminal were you sitting in that night?
CAD number 1.
Okay. And does the CAD system receive information from the different people working on this fire dispatch call that evening?
Yes.
And does it record it into a report like this that everyone can see?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move the admission of Exhibit 149.
Questions or objections to 149?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, Exhibit 149 will be admitted.
And if we could publish 149 to the jury, please. So Ms. Nelson, if you could take a look at the sort of first 2 large blocks of information there and tell us what that information reflects with respect to this CAD report and the call that you received on August 24th, 2019.
This looks like the call taker's notes. When they receive the call, this is what they put in.
And that was the 911 call taker?
Yes.
Okay. And those notes sort of get imported into the fire side of the dispatch, is that fair to say?
I believe so.
Okay. And can everybody working on fire dispatch see those notes?
Yes.
Do you know if the fire personnel that are responding to the call, can they see these notes?
I'm not sure on the old CAD system. On the new CAD system, they get the notes.
Okay.
But
Back in 2019, you're not sure whether they would have.
I'm not sure. We were on a different system at that time.
Okay, that's fine. And if I could have you then look down to the entry at 8/24/19, 224615. Who created that entry there at 224615, event created, if you know?
The CAD number indicates it would be the police dispatcher.
Okay. And what information or event here does it show that the police dispatcher created?
That they created a medical call.
Okay. And is there any other information that you can see about here about what the nature of the medical call is?
No. It just says it's a medical problem.
And is there any other information that goes to the fire personnel that are responding other than this is just a medical call?
Not in this writing, no.
Do you see anything else in here that would convey that information to them? And we can back out of the blow up there.
No, I don't. It just says medical problem.
And is that typical that fire will respond to a medical problem without knowing more details about what it is?
Yes, if the police did not specify what it was, then yes.
Okay. If we can go down then to the entry at 224641, the first one, Ms. Kelleher. So Ms. Nelson, it looks like it indicates that the terminal here is $PE2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's engine 2.
Okay, engine 2 coming from Aurora Fire Rescue.
Yes.
And it says their first unit en routed time. Do you see that? In that entry there?
At 2246?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. You said yes, you do see it.
Yes, 2246.
Sorry. And does that indicate that the fire engine was put, went en route at 224641?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if we could just go down to the next line then. Okay. And this is a report also coming from engine 2. And at the end there, it says employees. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what employees are identified there by those, not who the people are, but who's being identified by those?
That would be the personnel on the rig.
Okay. And then to go down just one more entry, and I just lost my screen. Okay, thank you. There's another entry there that is coming from unit M103. Who is that?
That's the ambulance medic 103.
Okay, great. And then if we could go to the next page, Ms. Kelleher. The very top entry there. So that's an entry coming from CAD Mobile 1 at 225004. What is CAD Mobile 1?
I believe that's the CAD system automatic arrival. When the unit gets on scene or close proximity, the CAD will arrive them.
So once the fire engine is arriving at the right location, there's sort of an automatic update to the system. Is that
Yes.
fair? Okay. And it appears that logged their arrival at 225004. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then if we go down 2 lines to 225617. What information is being reflected in that entry?
The medic unit arrived on scene.
So that's the Falck ambulance arriving?
Yes.
And if we go down to the next entry after that at 230435, what information is that entry communicating?
Engine 2 stated to advise PD that it was a core.
Okay, and what is a core?
Core is basically 0 pulse, 0 respirations, not breathing, no pulse.
Can we just represent?
some of the monitors appear to be working, but our monitors here are out, so I'm wondering.
How that?
Appear to be having some technical difficulties. I don't know if there's a fix to that.
Well, I don't have a fix for it because I didn't wire those.
Can we just have to, I'm being told just a quick fix.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, Chairman.
No problem. Please continue.
Thank you. And if we could go down just one more line. This is at 231338. And what is the information being communicated there?
The medic 103, the ambulance went emergent to University Hospital with 3 paramedics.
Okay. And is that AIP, is that the Anschutz Pavilion at the hospital there?
Yes.
And does that indicate that they have arrived there or that they're just on the way?
They're en route.
Can you tell at what time the ambulance arrived at Anschutz?
Do we have anything further?
Pardon?
Is there more here? It should be arrival time in there.
No, we just have, that's the last thing we have. You don't see an arrival time on here? (23:15:51) maybe?
Yes, that's the arrival time.
That's the time the ambulance actually arrived at the hospital there.
That's the en route time. My apologies.
Great, thank you. We can take that down now. And Ms. Nelson, I want now to just, so all that information we were just looking at, that's being input into the CAD system, is that correct?
Yes.
And generating that report. Now, the radio communications that fire is having among dispatch and the fire engine and the ambulance are not reflected on that report we were just looking at. Is that fair? So the disc that you just reviewed with the audio on the radio traffic,
Okay.
that's not, those communications aren't reflected on the report that we just.
Not
looked at.
all of them.
Okay.
The arrival and route times, those are in there.
Okay. So I want now to play through the exhibit 139 that you listened to. And I'll sort of try to do it in little chunks and then we can talk about what's on that audio. So Ms. Kelleher, if we could play that through about the first 9 seconds.
4th, 2019, 22 hours, 46 minutes and 37 seconds.
What are we hearing there, Ms. Nelson?
That's the tone in the station.
And so that's literally a noise that's being broadcast into the station to
Yes.
tell firefighters to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then if we can play through the 32 seconds.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 46 minutes and 40 seconds.
Engine 2 with PD on a medical check, map 4 George 4, North Billings Street, East Colfax Avenue. Engine 2 with PD on a medical check, map 4 George 4, East Colfax Avenue, North Billings Street. Respond on TAC 2, 2246.
What are we hearing there?
That's the dispatching the fire rigs to the call.
And that's not you? That's, okay. Do you know who that was?
Yes.
Who is that?
Joey.
Hooper?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's the fire dispatcher just saying, here's the location you're going to.
Right.
Okay. And if we could play to, and I think she said for a medical, correct?
Yes.
So that's the same information that was in the CAD report. If we could play through 45.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 47 minutes, and 23 seconds.
Medic Plymouth area responding from fire at Lexington.
What are we hearing there?
That's the medic units and they're en route.
The ambulance.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, and if we can play now through 1:35.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 47 minutes, and 29 seconds.
Hey, 103, copy, 2247.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 48 minutes, and 36 seconds.
Engine 2 dispatch.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 48 minutes, and 38 seconds. August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 48 minutes, and 40 seconds.
Engine 2, medic 103, APD is requesting you. I know medical, and they're actually going to be northbound Billings, north of Colfax.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 48 minutes, and 49 seconds.
Engine 2, copy, thank you.
What were we hearing in that stretch of the audio?
I gave the information and where police needed them.
Okay, so you were telling the fire engine where to go
Right.
geographically. Okay. And did you hear the the ambulance unit respond on there too? I might have just imagined that.
I don't think they did.
Okay, so it's just engine 2 responding?
Yes.
And again, do you know who on engine 2 you were communicating with there?
The company officer.
Okay. Do you know who that personally, who that was? What
No.
individual? Okay. All right, if we can play through 2 minutes and 35, I'm sorry, 1 minute, 52 seconds to 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
2248.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Engine 2 dispatch.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 20 seconds. August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 22 seconds.
Engine 2, Meg 103, APD just advised for you to come in off of Montview because they plugged up the Billings.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 31 seconds.
Yeah, I just see that. We already committed. We'll just have to come it this way.
And Ms. Nelson, what were we hearing there on the audio?
Basically, PD was given instructions on how they should enter the area because they had the rest of it blocked.
Okay, so the police department was trying to tell them to come in a different way?
Right.
Okay. And I heard them, sounded like they said, now we're already going the way we're going, and we're gonna keep going that way.
They had already committed to that route, yes.
If we could go forward then, Ms. Kelleher, to 3 minutes and 1 second? To 3 minutes and 52 seconds, sorry.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 33 seconds.
Medic 103, over 2.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 39 seconds. August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 43 seconds.
You can come down Evergreen, that's open, or you can come down Montview to Billings.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 54 seconds.
Yeah.
Ms. Nelson, what are we hearing there on the audio?
Engine 2 advising the ambulance which way to come down, either Evergreen or Montview.
Okay. And Ms. Kelleher, if we could have 402 to 443?
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 54 minutes, and 38 seconds.
You guys are coming to emergency, correct? And what's your ETA?
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 54 minutes and 46 seconds. August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 54 minutes and 52 seconds.
Copy, 2 minutes. I need restraints and ketamine.
August 24th, 2019, 22 hours, 54 minutes and 58 seconds.
Copy that.
What are we hearing during that audio?
Engine 2 asking the ambulance ETA.
And then did you hear engine 2 ask for restraints and ketamine?
Yes.
Ms. Kelleher, if we could play 520 to 528.
August 24th, 2019, 23 hours, 4 minutes and 13 seconds.
What APD now? 40.
Did you, what were we hearing on?
Let APD know it's a core 0.
The patient no longer has a pulse.
Right.
And Ms. Kelleher, 541 to 603.
August 24th, 2019, 23 hours, 13 minutes and 21 seconds.
Medical emergency, emergent ARP 35.
August 24th, 2019, 23 hours, 13 minutes and 25 seconds.
Medic 103, emergent ARP 35, 2313.
What were we hearing during that last bit of audio?
The ambulance going emergent to the hospital with 3 fire riders.
I don't have any further questions.
If you wouldn't mind having a seat, please. Thank you. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, ma'am. The audio dispatch that we just listened to referenced a medical check. Is that right?
Yes.
And the CAD sheet refers to a medical problem without specifying what that is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's nothing on the tape or in the CAD sheets that indicated responding fire personnel were advised that a carotid hold had been used on somebody. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the auto arrive function?
Yes.
What is that?
Basically, it's set up where if, and this is the old system, I think the new system has it different. If they're close proximity to the incident, it will show them arrived.
Okay. And so back then in August of 2019, you were on the old system, correct?
Yes.
All right.
That's correct.
And so the auto arrive function would have still been operational at that time.
That's correct.
Okay. And that basically shows the fire engine is in the area, correct?
Yes.
Not necessarily that it's been parked yet. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And it wouldn't show you if the fire responders had to park a ways away and walk to the actual scene, would it?
No.
Okay. So the times on the CAD sheet are not entirely accurate on showing what time fire personnel actually got to the scene. Is that fair to say?
That's hard to say.
Okay. It shows them in the area, right?
Right.
Okay. And in listening to the dispatch, police dispatched to come through, to fire, come through on Montview because they, quote, clogged up Billings. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And an officer, a fire officer responded to that they had already committed to their route. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they were in a fire engine, right?
Yes.
Those are kind of hard vehicles to turn around in the middle of a street, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. So that's basically what he meant by we're already committed to it.
Exactly.
He's already going up Billings, can't turn it around, right?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a minute, Your Honor?
Yes.
And the address that was given was Colfax and Billings. Is that right?
I believe that was the address on the call, yes.
Okay. So the auto arrival showed what time they arrived at Colfax and Billings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where the actual scene was? Do you know if it actually was at Colfax and Billings or some other place?
The information I aired, I believe, was north of that intersection.
Okay.
Yes.
So you aired it was somewhere north of there. Do you at this point recall how far north of there it was?
I don't.
Okay. Or do you recall what the actual cross streets were of the scene?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Nelson. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Goddard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Did I hear you say that in January 10th, it'll be 30 years?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's quite a career. Just a couple follow-up questions. I want to pick up where my colleague asked toward the end about this auto arrive function. It's my understanding that auto arrive function is on the fire apparatus, correct? And that's basically from GPS
Right.
signal? Okay.
Yes.
That auto arrive function is not on the ambulances, however, correct?
I can't answer that because we don't have GPS on the ambulance.
Okay. Well, I think maybe you did answer it. There's no GPS on the ambulance to trigger the auto arrive function. Is that fair?
We don't have it.
Okay.
I don't know if the ambulance company has that capability.
Okay. As a fire dispatcher, are you aware that when the ambulances arrive on scene, they're actually radioing that information?
That's their procedure, yes.
Okay.
The radio when they're on scene.
That's not the procedure for fire because you have the automatic arrival function, correct?
Some do radio when they're on scene.
But that's not the procedure or the protocol, right? Because you have the auto arrive function.
Right.
Okay.
And they have a button that they can push as well.
Okay. And in fact, when we saw on the CAD note where it said that PE2 was en route, that's because the officer hit the en route button on the apparatus. Is that fair?
That's
Okay.
true.
Speaking of the apparatus, you were asked about where the personnel in the apparatus sit. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And so I think you said the company officer, either the lieutenant or the captain or the acting lieutenant would be in the passenger seat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Front seat.
Front seat, front passenger seat. Thank you for clarifying. And that company officer, when they're on scene, they serve as like the incident commander for the fire side. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if there's a paramedic firefighter on the apparatus, that person is responsible for medical control on scene. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And on the, both on the CAD notes, in exhibit, I think it was 149, and in the radio traffic exhibit 139, the only information on dispatch for engine 2 was that there was a medical problem and that they were going to assist the police. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. No other information about the nature of the call.
That's correct.
On exhibit 139, think it was the third. And I got to be honest with you, I'm not only 30 years, but for you to be able to pick up that information on that, I couldn't make up half of that stuff. So that's really impressive. But on the third radio transmission, I believe it said that the ambulance was en route. Do you recall hearing that on the radio transmission?
Yes.
Okay. And I think their reference Med 103, was that the ambulance call
Yes.
sign? Okay. I couldn't make it out, but could you tell whether or not they were responding emergent or not? Did they indicate that?
They did not indicate that.
Okay. Just a couple more questions about this auto arrive function on the fire apparatus. Can you tell, as the fire dispatcher, where exactly the fire engine parked or where it was located, or is it kind of plus or minus feet or yards? Do you know?
We can tell by looking at the map where they are in relation to the incident.
Okay. Do you recall in this incident knowing whether or not you could tell, because it was clogged and they had committed to that, to coming in on Billings, could you tell, or do you recall telling where the fire engine had parked?
I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough. It's been a while, so that was probably an unfair question. Cole, if we could pull up People's Exhibit 149 and publish that to the jury in the courtroom. And I want to highlight, I believe it was 224641. Okay, yes. So you were asked questions and you had indicated that these numbers, oh, there go the screens again. That these numbers where it says employees and then it lists the numbers, that's the Aurora Fire personnel that's on the engine. Is that correct?
Yes, on the second one.
Okay. This 91103, is that the apparatus number, the number assigned to the actual apparatus?
It could be.
Okay. Because I see 5 numbers here.
Right.
Were you aware of whether or not there were 5 personnel on PE2 or there were 4?
I'm not aware.
Okay. All right. So over here it says $ PE2 and then it has 91103. Would that reflect that that's the apparatus number of that engine?
Yes.
Okay. So then when we see it here again on the right, the apparatus, I mean, I suppose in a metaphysical world, you might consider that an employee, but that's not an individual, right? That's the apparatus?
Right.
Okay. I asked you about the GPS function and whether or not you could tell where the engine was parked, and you said you could tell by looking at the map. What map were you referencing?
We have maps on the computer.
So
we have the GPS map, so we can see the units on the GPS map.
okay. So I'm not a dispatcher. I'm very familiar, however, with Google Maps, and I can go look on Google Maps and I can look either at a satellite view or some other type of view. What type of map are you looking at is it on your dispatch screen, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. Is it something similar to like Google Maps?
Yes, in that you can do a satellite view or just a map view.
Okay.
Yes.
And that would be something you could view in real time, I'm assuming?
Yes.
but not necessarily something that would be preserved or captured.
I'm not an IT person, but I would assume, yes, it was just real time, real
Okay.
time.
Okay.
If someone screenshotted it at that time, then you'd have a recording of it.
Do you recall whether or not on that date you screenshotted that map?
I did not.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Redirect. May the witness be excused. Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Next witness for the people.
Next witness is Delbert Tisdale.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony. Please be seated. Once you're comfortably seated, if you'll tell us your name and then spell your last name.
It's DJ Tisdale. Tisdale is spelled Tisdale.
Thank you. Your witness.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Lieutenant, could you please explain to the jury what it is that you do for a living?
Yep. I'm a lieutenant with the Aurora Police Department. My current assignment, I oversee the electronic support section. That includes all the technology platforms utilized by the department, which would include the body-worn camera system and the digital evidence repository.
How long have you been with the Aurora Police Department or the APD?
I've been with Aurora since 2011.
Can you tell the jury just briefly a little bit about how your career at APD progressed?
Certainly. I started as a patrol officer. I've held many assignments, field training officer, gang investigator. As a sergeant, I was a patrol sergeant, field training sergeant, in-service coordinator, range sergeant, and now as a lieutenant, I was a watch commander in my current assignment overseeing the electronic support section.
You mentioned that one of the things that you do overseeing the electronic support section is deal with the body-worn cameras or the BWCs. Can you explain to the jury what a body-worn camera or a BWC is?
Certainly. Body-worn cameras are cameras that are affixed to an officer's uniform, and their purpose is to record any interactions or investigations that that officer takes part in during their shifts.
Now, back in 2019, were the cameras used by the Aurora Police Department attached somewhere on the torso?
That's correct. 2019, we used cameras from a company called VView, and they were attached in a couple of ways, either like an alligator clip that could be attached between the buttons on your shirt, or they had clips that could go into like a pen pocket as well.
Okay. Now, these VView cameras that were in use back in 2019, were you familiar with how that system worked?
I was.
Can you explain to the jury how you were familiar with it?
Certainly. I was an officer at that time and had one issued to me, as did every other officer on the department. And so those cameras had we called it a door, just a piece of plastic on the front that you would slide down, which would activate the camera and start recording video and audio. Prior to activating that, the camera was always recording video, and you would get a 30 seconds of muted video that was added to the beginning of every activation. So when an officer activated their camera, audio and video, but when you went back to look at that, there would be 30 seconds prior of just video.
to kind of give context if something happened, an officer had to activate it quickly.
Okay. So if we're watching BWC or body worn camera video and it's silent for the first 30 seconds and then the sound kicks in, is the point where the sound kicks in, is that when the officer would have flipped that slide to activate the camera?
That's correct.
You mentioned that in 2019, the APD was using the ViView system. Is that still the system that's being used?
No. In July of 2021, we switched to Axon and their Body 3 cameras.
Okay. And are the companies that were running ViView and Axon related in any way?
ViView was purchased by Axon at some point in 2021, I believe.
So when you moved over to this new system, what happened to all of the camera files that had been stored under the ViView system?
Sure. We took all of the videos and those were migrated into the current evidence repository, which is evidence.com, which is a platform provided by Axon.
Okay. Could you please explain to us what happens when an officer gets done with their shift and they come back to the station and drop off their body-worn camera? How is that documented?
Sure. So when an officer finishes their shift, there are docks at the station, and you just put your camera on a dock and you can walk away. At that point, the camera will recharge, and all the videos from the camera will be downloaded and stored within that evidence repository. And along with, just the, audio and video, there's also metadata that's saved on those videos, which, can include the information on the exact camera that recorded it, the officer was assigned to, date, time, possibly location. As time has progressed, the information and technology behind that has improved substantially from what we had previously.
I'd like to break down a few of those little details on how you keep track of the video files to make sure that you're tying them to a specific officer or a specific incident or a specific date. Is a single camera assigned to a specific officer?
That's correct. Every officer had their own individual camera.
Okay. So when they get back from their shift and they take the camera off and put it into the dock, do they have to do anything to get the video footage to download into the system?
No. It'll automatically download into the system, and then the system will also automatically go back and look and see what call they were on at the time the video was recorded and auto tag the information from the call to that video. So it'll tell, or at least append to the video, what kind of call for service they were on, and that will affect the retention period for how long the video is stored in their system.
Okay. How about access to those videos? Do the individual officers have the ability to go back and delete some files or something if they didn't like it?
No. Officers have the ability to view their videos, but nobody has the ability to delete videos, edit any of the metadata. That's not a possibility within the system.
So it sounds like you're saying that as soon as that camera goes into the dock, that those videos are preserved with integrity and can't be changed by anybody on your end?
I think the only people that would be able to change those would be the administrators, which would be myself and a few other people.
Okay. And then is there also a system to track if that had ever happened, to make sure that if somebody did alter or delete a video that it was recorded and you knew who did it?
Yes. Every video has attached to what's called an audit log, which is a record that gives a history of everything that has happened to that file, from when it was recorded, when it was downloaded, who's accessed it, who's shared it. Anything that happens to it is tracked in that audit log. And just like the videos, that cannot be edited, deleted, or changed.
You've mentioned a term a couple of times, metadata. Can you explain to the jury just generally what metadata is, and specifically what kind of metadata is kept for this BWC camera footage?
Sure. Digital files, in addition to the video or the audio, there's just information stored kind of behind the scenes. Like I said previously, that can have date, time, and location where the file was created. Maybe the resolution or other technical specifics of the camera, at that time. And also, things like what camera specifically recorded it, by serial number, other means, things of that nature.
Okay. Now, as part of your work preparing for your testimony today, did you go back into the APD's systems and make sure that the camera footage that's going to be available to the jury is the same as what's stored in your original system?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the people would tender Lieutenant Tisdale as an expert regarding the storage and procedures of body-worn camera footage at the Aurora Police Department.
For Dyer or objection?
I have no objection in being qualified as an expert in that area.
All right.
Just brief, Dyer, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Good. You answered some questions from my colleague about the parameters of the operation of body-worn cameras in I think it's the pronounced ViView system?
ViView, VView.
I've traditionally pronounced it VView. That's my familiarity with it. Is that your understanding of the pronunciation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the capabilities of the cameras in terms of their view distance and what they can record, where they're positioned on the body, things like that?
I'm familiar with where they're positioned on the body. The specifics of the VView system in particular, no, because I was not in my current position at the time when we utilized those cameras.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Based upon the foundation, the court will allow the witness to explain and opine in the area offered.
Lieutenant, earlier this year, were you sent some files by folks at our office to compare the information from this case to the original files that were part of the APD's body-worn camera storage system?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your process in comparing those files to make sure that the video we've got here is the authentic, real stuff?
Certainly. I was provided a number of discs that each contained individual video clips from different body-worn cameras. I was able to file by file, load the video and see the initial screenshot from that video. On that screenshot, there's certain information that is added as we call it a watermark, or just automatically added on top of the video. So you see things like the date, time that the video was recorded. You see the serial number of the specific camera that recorded this. And then I could also see the total length, overall length of the entire video. So I went back and compared the files that were provided to me by their office to the files that we still retain within our digital evidence repository, and was able to confirm that everything that I could see on the screenshot of the files provided were the same that we had still retained.
Did you also prepare a validation spreadsheet tracking each of the videos to compare the ones that were in our office's possession to the originals that were in the Aurora Police Department's possession?
I did.
Could we please show just to the witness what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 156? Lieutenant Tisdale, is that a copy of that validation spreadsheet that you prepared?
It is.
Now, would it assist you in giving your testimony to the jury today to be able to show them this validation spreadsheet to sort of walk through the steps that you took to make sure that all of the videos are authentic?
I believe it would.
And does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the validation spreadsheet that you prepared?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we would move to publish purely for demonstrative purposes Exhibit 156 to the jury.
Any objection?
Not from Mr. Cooper.
Not from Mr. Cichuniec, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, Lieutenant, can you just start at the top there and look at the column names and tell the jury what it is that you're tracking in this spreadsheet here.
Certainly. The column that is video number is just simply, the number of the disk or the first disk or file that I reviewed. The second, which is officer, correlates to the officer whose body-worn camera that video or that file was attributed to. The third column is body-worn camera serial number, and that is the serial number from that camera, which is also on all the videos. The next column is confirmed. That's just, yes, I went into our system and was able to confirm that officer was assigned that body-worn camera at the time. And then the final column is audit log. This was a hyperlink to the audit log from that file, which we still retained in our system.
Now, we see some officers on here, for example, in columns 2 through 8, we have Ward, Alicia. Is she an officer with APD?
She is.
When there are multiple entries in there for one person, what does that mean?
Every time an officer deactivates and reactivates their camera, it creates a new file. Based on the files I was presented, I just confirmed that this file was attributed to that officer, and they generated, that many video clips of which I was provided.
So, for example, if you had an officer who had their camera on for part of their interaction, but then turned it off for a while to go do something, turned it back on, would that produce multiple video files each time it was turned back on?
Correct.
Does that appear to be what happened in this case with some of the officers?
It does.
Now, you've got a column here on the end that's the audit log. Does this signify that there was an audit log produced for each one of these videos to make sure that nothing had been tampered with?
That's correct.
And there's one column here that has an asterisk on the middle right side of the page. Can you explain to the jury what's up with that?
Yes. Videos number 12 and 13, I was provided, it was the same screenshot, so it was the same video twice. I believe that was just an error, but I wanted to document that.
Okay. Now, in preparation for your testimony today, did you also go and review actual copies of the body-worn camera footage on those discs I see piled there in front of you to make sure that they were authentic and accurate?
Yes, I did.
All right. Can you just take a look at those and page through them real quick? We can take down the demonstrative. Thank you. And are those the videos that have been marked as exhibits 101 through 118?
Yes, they are. And I see my initials on each one.
Okay. And did you initial those after you'd gone and verified that these are the fair and accurate body-worn camera footage?
I did.
And do those include the body-worn camera footage of officers Woodyard, Redeema, Rosenblatt, Green, Leonard, Dunson, Ward, Nunez, and Root?
They do.
Are they fair and accurate copies of the original body-worn camera footage that's still on evidence.com and stored in the APD system?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the people would move for admission of people's exhibits 101 through 118.
All right, objection or voir dire?
I have some voir dire, Your Honor.
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, are you familiar with somebody named Lieutenant Bob Wessner?
I am.
Who is he?
Lieutenant Bob Wessner he is a retired member of the Aurora Police Department.
Okay. Did he used to hold the position that you now hold?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you know whether he had control over a number of these body-worn camera files or videos? and assisted in releasing those to the Rocky Mountain Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory?
I would have to ask what you mean by control. I'd have to ask you that.
Okay, let me ask you it this way. Are you aware in September 17th of 2020, Lieutenant Wessner authorized the release of body-worn video to Rocky Mountain Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
I am not.
Okay. Do you know that that was not done?
We don't object to relevance as to the foundation for these exhibits. These aren't ones that went through the forensic lab.
Response.
I'm trying to ascertain that, Your Honor. I don't know that that's true or not.
All right, well, we seem to be getting a little bit afield, so you can ask more questions. I'll entertain the more objections.
Okay. Lieutenant, let me ask you this. You received some information from the prosecution's office. I mean, you received some data from them.
Correct.
Did you receive, I think there were 33 files that they put up there. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you receive 33 screenshots or 33 full-length videos?
Both.
Okay. And in your review, did you compare what's at Aurora Police Department on the actual body cams to the screenshots or to the entire videos?
So I compared the screenshots to ensure that the officer that was attributed to the video was attributed to that body-worn camera and the overall length. But I don't have the technical ability to compare the actual files themselves to say whether it's the same exact computer file between the two places.
Okay. So let's talk about exhibits 101 through 118.
Okay.
You received those from the prosecution's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then how did you go about comparing that to the body-worn cameras preserved at Aurora Police Department?
So I did through the same process. I individually loaded each disk, loaded the file, and again, compared the serial numbers, the overall length, and the information shown on the video to the information in our files.
And that's an initial, one of the first screenshots that you see on the video. Is that fair?
Yes.
And is that what you compared for each of these?
So again, yes, the information that's on screen and the overall length, but I did not go through frame by frame to check every single video.
You did, and you did not put them up on like a split screen and watch them both at the same time to see that they were the same, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you don't know whether exhibits 101 through 118 accurately reflect the entire body-worn cameras at Aurora Police Department or not, do you?
I can confidently say that the information shown with the files are what I believe to be the same files we shared as a department with either the 17th Judicial District or the Attorney General's office.
Okay. Do you know whether proposed exhibits 101 through 118 have been enhanced or altered in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you have any knowledge whether they have or not?
I don't have the technical capabilities to compare the hex files to see if, again, these files are exactly the same from one to the other. That's beyond my capabilities.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have not watched the entirety of proposed exhibits 101 through 118?
I would say throughout the course of my testimonies, I have watched a fair amount of them.
Okay. But you have not watched all of them?
I think that's fair.
Are you able to say which one or ones of them you have watched all of and which ones you have not?
Again, throughout the duration of my numerous testimonies, I have watched a considerable amount of these, but I can't tell you exactly what times on every file I've watched.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to object on behalf of Mr. Cooper to exhibits 101 through 118 being admitted. This witness cannot testify that they are fair.
Is your objection foundation?
Yes.
Okay. Response.
Just ask one or two more questions and then I will re-tender those. Lieutenant Tisdale, did you also examine the audit log trails in the APD system to see if the original body-worn camera footage had been sent to the 17th JD and to the Attorney General's office?
I did.
And were these videos all videos that were sent to the AG's office?
Yes.
Based on the amount of time you spent watching the videos and the screenshots you've seen, have you noticed any discrepancies that would lead you to believe that these videos have been altered in any way or are not accurate?
I have not.
Your Honor, we would move for admission of Exhibit 101 through 118, and I think that the foundation has been laid. Any further criticisms would just go to weight rather than admissibility.
All right, on behalf of Mr. Cooper.
Your Honor, does the court want me to address that here or at the bench? I don't want to do a speaking objection if the court doesn't want it.
No, I don't want it. What's your objection?
My objection is still foundational that the witness has not and apparently cannot testify that any particular video, 101 through 118, fairly, accurately, and completely reflects, captures, and documents what's in the body-worn cameras at Aurora Police Department. Because of that, that's an insubstantial foundation, and I would object to their being.
And for the record, Your Honor, Defendant Cichuniec would join that objection.
All right, the court finds that based upon the testimony, and he's been qualified as an expert, he's testified that he's checked the files and they haven't been altered, and the procedures by which the videos are uploaded into the system, that the court overrules the objections, and the objections will go to weight versus admissibility. 101 through 118 are admitted.
Now, Lieutenant Tisdale, there will be some other witnesses who walk through a lot of these events in detail, but if we can, I'd like to have you identify some of the officers in these videos. Do you know a lot of the officers who responded to the scene where Elijah McClain ultimately died?
I do.
Okay. Well, let's start with Exhibit 102, Officer Redeema's body-worn camera. And let's play that starting from the beginning. Now, Lieutenant Tisdale, can you explain to the jury why it starts off with no audio here again?
Yes, as I previously stated, the first 30 seconds of every clip would be devoid of audio, and audio would kick in as soon as the officer actually activated their camera.
And while it plays here for a few seconds, can you tell the jury what the ticking number is in the top left corner there?
Sure. You have the date, year, month, day, and the time, 24-hour time, Greenwich Mean Time, -6, and then the numbers below are the serial number for the camera.
Could we pause? I assume the hands raised are because it's pretty hard to see.
We dim the lights?
Yeah. Your Honor, would you mind dimming the lights here so we can see a little bit better? Thank you. So, sorry, could you stop for a second? You were mentioning that the date is in the top left corner. So is that, in this case, August 24th of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And then the timestamp next to it, is that 2200 hours, 43 minutes, and 41 seconds where we've stopped it here?
Yes, sir.
So in 12-hour time increments, is that 10:43 at night, 41 seconds?
That's correct.
You also mentioned Greenwich Mean Time. Can you explain to the jury what the GMT -6 is?
Yep. We're in the mountain time zone, so our time zone is 6 hours behind Greenwich Mean Time. Yeah.
And then the number below it, is that the serial number that's assigned to the camera?
It is.
Let's continue playing here. Now we see an officer on the left here with a beard and wearing a hat. Can you identify the jury who that officer is?
It's Officer Jason Rosenblatt.
We saw just a few seconds before this another officer who also has a beard just to his right. Did you see who that officer was?
It's Officer Nathan Woodyard.
All right, let's play for a few more seconds here.
Let me go of me. No, let go of me. Chill out. No, I am an introvert. Please respect the boundaries that I am speaking. Relax. Stop. Stop. I'm going home.
Relax, or I'm going to have to change this situation.
Dude, hey.
Do you know whose voice it was that said there, relax, or I'm going to have to change the situation?
That was Officer Woodyard.
Now, is Officer Woodyard, at least at this point in time in the encounter, also wearing some black glasses?
He is.
Let's take a look at this from a different angle. If we could please play Exhibit 101, Officer Woodyard's camera, starting from timestamp 22:42:57.
Do me a favor, stop right there. Hey, stop right there. Stop. 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 I have a right to stop you because you're being suspicious. Well, okay. Turn around.
No,
Turn around.
Now, that voice that we heard saying, stop, stop, stop right there, whose voice was that?
That's Officer Woodyard.
It sounded kind of like you could hear the voice pretty clearly, and that was Officer Woodyard's camera. Is that a pretty common feature of these cameras, that you hear things that are close to them or the officer who's wearing them more clearly than things that are further away?
I think that's fair, depending on certain environmental factors, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the officer who's just walking up here and the other one who's helping grab Elijah McClain, and we'll try and identify them in a minute here, please. Continue.
Your head, bro. Turn around. Stop. Stop tensing up, dude. Stop tensing up, bro. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up. Stop tensing up.
No, let go of me.
Stop tensing up.
No, I am an introvert. Please
Stop
respect
tensing
the
up.
boundaries that
Trying
I'm
to.
speaking.
Stop tensing up. Stop. Relax.
Stop. I'm going home.
Relax, or I'm going to have to change this situation. Stop.
Leave me alone.
Stop.
Can you please?
No,
we don't want to do this, all right?
That officer who you heard say, sir, can you please cooperate? Was that Officer Redema?
I believe so.
Let's switch now to when some more of the officers arrive on scene so we can identify them. Please play Exhibit 107, Sergeant Leonard's camera, starting at 22:52:03. Now, I want to direct your attention in particular to the two officers who are sort of standing on the left side of the screen there, and then the individuals who are kneeling on the ground restraining Mr. McClain. Let's play.
We're good. We just need to contact the RP and we got that covered. And other than that, we have everything right here.
Now, the officer with the lighter skin wearing the baseball cap on sort of the left side of the screen standing up there, do you know who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Matt Green.
Okay. And is he a canine officer?
He was at this time, yes.
Okay. And then the individual who's standing in the middle of the screen, can you identify that officer for the jury, please?
Yes, that's Officer Darren Dunson.
And do you know who the blonde officer with the ponytail is immediately to his right or our right?
That's Officer Jordan Mullins.
Let's go ahead and resume.
And then in the mix of them wrapping them up, I think we're good. Thanks. You reach for Rosie's gun, dude. So. Just contact her and get why we're here. The best.
So all he said is the same thing that's in the notes, that he saw a guy.
So he was put into a carotid. He did lose consciousness. He's throwing up right now, and he's obviously on something. So.
The voice of that individual who is explaining to the paramedics as they walk up what happened, whose voice was that we heard?
It's Sergeant Dale Leonard.
Now let's, if we can, continue playing here.
Yeah. We're gonna have to have him transported. Yes, what's that? I think we're okay for here. I appreciate it. Thanks. And he had a mask on. I know that. Yeah.
And that he was like throwing his hands up, but he said he didn't feel threatened or anything. He just thought it was weird.
The female officer on the left who's saying that he didn't feel threatened, he just thought it was weird. Who's that?
It's Officer Alicia Ward.
Let's continue for a few more seconds.
Okay.
I've still got him on the phone if you want to ask him anything.
No, I just wanted to get that front end. The best he could explain what was going on and why we got called.
Okay.
And if there was anything criminal, that doesn't look like there was.
Sound like it?
Okay.
Get some more details.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Come on.
Now there are two officers who are kneeling down by Elijah McClain there, and I know we only saw them for a brief moment, but I know you've seen these a bunch of times. Do you know who the two officers are that are restraining Mr. McClain on the ground there?
I believe I do. If you wouldn't mind playing it a little bit longer so I can.
Sure.
He speaks English. Yeah, he's, you want to answer my questions? Definitely. But we put him out with the karate twice. Okay. At least once successfully. Okay. So stop messing around, man.
We'll just leave him.
You've already been told several times to stop.
I can't fix myself. Ow. Leave him there until the.
Did that help you identify who the officer who's kneeling sort of in the middle of the screen that was just talking was?
The officer on the right appears to be Officer Rodima.
For the record, I've got a little laser pointer here to see if, the laser pointer. See if I'm smart enough to figure out how to use it though. All right. Is this the individual you were talking about here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think we can get a little bit better view of who some of these individuals are from Officer Green's camera. Is he the individual who was standing here next to Sergeant Leonard?
I believe so, sir.
Okay. Let's play Exhibit 105, Officer Green's camera, starting at 22:56:48.
I'm glad he ended up trying to put a carotid on the guy.
Oh,
And actually.
Well, stop fighting us.
Was able to put the carotid on him, they put him out, they were able to get him under handcuffs, we're still struggling with him, I have fire on scene. And that's where we're at, I just want to let you know, yeah, we did actually apply the carotid tonight, so.
Bless you. Thank you.
And the other one, I don't. Oh, you got him? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I knew you were busy.
And you had identified Officer Rodima here near Mr. McClain's head. Do you know who the officer that's currently restraining his legs is?
That's Officer Rosenblatt.
And then we're going to hear a voice and see these hands here looking at the ground. I'd like to draw your attention to that voice if you can identify it.
And just one other thing we did.
Is this his?
Yeah,
that's all his. That's what he was firing.
It was used, okay. It was very minor.
Do you know whose voice it was who said, "Is this his?" and then shined that flashlight down on the mask?
I believe that would be Officer Green.
Now, if we could, let's switch to Exhibit 107, Sergeant Leonard's camera, starting at 55 minutes and 1 second, to show what happens next here and identify some of those folks.
Want to leave me for a second? Yep. Yes. No. Okay. Lawyers get on for a second.
Are you okay? Yeah. Huh? You good? So what was going on when you got here?
So he's walking away from us and.
This individual here who switched out with Officer Rosenblatt to be the one now who's restraining Mr. McClain's legs. Which officer was that?
Well, that appears to be Officer Green.
All right, then let's switch to Exhibit 104 to get a view of what's happening here, starting from Exhibit 22:57:24, and this is Officer Rosenblatt's camera.
Do it.
But so I initially.
Who is this female officer who's coming up to assist with the restraint?
That's Officer Ward.
Okay. And is this still Officer Green and Officer Rodima?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Tried. And then I was in a bad position. I didn't want to hurt his neck, so I had to release because I was behind. It wasn't like.
So you went to put it on?
So it was like almost like a schoolboy trying to get it product backwards. Okay. Because that was the only position I had. Relax, dude.
There we go.
What are you trying to get?
Put his arm down here. I could throw my knee right on his tricep. And you can't move.
And then
Sure he can breathe.
So behind this paramedic here, there's a middle-aged female officer. Who is that?
It's Sergeant Rachel Nunez.
Let's continue.
You can
to the
breathe.
side.
He can breathe.
Okay, all right.
I just have his arm
I
behind his
understand.
back.
I understand.
Don't move your feet. No, don't do that.
I apologize, forgot to ask you to pay attention to the voices there. Do you know whose voice it was that said, make sure he can breathe?
I'd have to ask you to go back.
Could we rewind about 15 seconds, please?
And then
Sure he can breathe. You
To the
breathe.
side.
He can breathe.
Okay, all right.
Do you know whose voice it was that said, make sure he can breathe?
Sergeant Dale Leonard.
Okay. And is that his face and sort of nose that we see on the right-hand side here?
Yes, sir.
See a middle-aged gentleman with a crew cut?
He is.
All right, and then to identify where everybody else is standing, let's switch over for this last part to Sergeant Nunez's camera, which is Exhibit 116. We can start that from the beginning. Time-wise, this is overlapping a little bit here. Is this Officer Ward that you identified a few moments ago?
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Sure he can breathe.
Yeah.
He can breathe. He can breathe. Okay, all right. I just have his arm behind his back. I understand. Flip it around. Don't move your feet. No, don't do that. Yeah, we're stretching on his ankle. That'll be innocence or anything. You almost did a pusher to all three of us in the class.
He's drawing up ketamine right now.
Okay.
You want to give that before we?
Yeah, sure. Once he gets out here, I'm gonna hit him in the right shoulder.
You want some shears?
Yeah, shoulder or ass?
Either way, doesn't
Ass is
matter.
right here, man.
Who is this gentleman on to Sergeant Nunez's left?
It's Sergeant Leonard.
Continue.
Okay. We'll give that a couple of minutes and we'll see if that works, and then if it does,
Yeah.
we'll go to the bed.
Just keep raising his legs.
Watch your feet.
You good? You got it? Matt, you got his back.
Do you have it?
Because I don't want him kicking you, man. What's taking so long here?
Now, could you please identify the four officers here, the one standing and the three restraining Mr. McClain?
From left to right, Sergeant Dale Leonard, Officer Matt Green, Randy Rodema, and Alicia Ward.
Continue.
I just told Ben Burn, we did a carotid. I'll let him know, so. I imagine this guy's not even going to jail tonight, based on his, there's no way. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Everybody is good.
Ladima's camera got broken in the middle of all that.
Okay. Do we know where,
We already talked to the RP, we got the
Woody's
RP.
camera is?
What's that?
We know where Woody's camera is?
We'll go ahead, if you guys are okay with the one company.
Do you know where your camera is?
No,
No,
my camera came off.
by him.
It's somewhere by him.
Wait, it's somewhere down here? Okay.
Probably.
right there.
Okay.
I just
Hey,
saw it.
Put your,
I think it's on.
Rosa,
Yeah.
here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed,
Okay.
and then we're gonna restrain him south pointed to the bed.
All right, let me grab some gloves.
No, you're okay. I got it.
My back doctor, where did it?
Could you rewind just 1 or 2 seconds? Get another officer who came into the frame in the top left for a second there, and I'd like to see if we can identify him.
My back doctor, where did it?
Hey, Dale.
Know who that is, Lieutenant?
It's pretty tough to see. I think it appears they have glasses. If that's the case, I believe it would be Officer Woodyard.
Okay. Let me try and find a different angle before we try and do that ID. We'll play a few more seconds here. I'd like to also draw your attention to this individual on the right here whose face we're going to see in just a second.
Coming?
He's not coming because they just arrested that.
okay, gotcha.
They did? They did. So, they're busy, so.
Okay.
They're extra large, so. I just need to let them know, because
Yeah.
there's no lieutenant. So
Just to fill you, I was contacted, we're walking down the street. That's what we got. All these guys, like, these guys, these things. Still fighting the league.
Wait.
We can give him maybe another minute. It looks like it's starting to kick in. So that's ready. But go ahead and uncuff. See him.
Yeah.
All right, brother? I'm sure. Are you okay? Yeah, that's fine.
Did that give you a little better view of who the individual on the left was?
That's Officer Rosenblatt.
Okay. And then the individual on the right in a minute, I'll ask you about him once the camera shifts over to that direction. Go ahead.
Hospital staff here.
Just, I'm physically fine.
All right. How's
The
he?
situation's a little frustrating.
He's just breathing.
Seen.
So. Here's what it is.
Okay, let's go ahead and get him on his side, and I'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first.
Okay, if you can. Ready?
Watch his head. Head.
Could you rewind about 15 seconds? And I want to ask you about the voice that you hear say, watch his head.
Him on his side, and I'll just uncuff him.
Let's get him on the gurney first.
Okay, if you can. Ready?
Watch his head. Head.
Do you know whose voice that was?
It sounds like Sergeant Rachel Nunez.
Let's continue.
Dale, he's out.
That voice that said Dale, he's out. Was that also Sergeant Nunez?
It was
Whose first name is Dale?
Sergeant Dale Leonard.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Have that ready too.
Good. I'd like to try and identify where the officers who were on Mr. McClain are at now. Who are these 3 officers that we see in the frame here?
Right to left, Officer Alicia Ward, Randy Rodema, and Officer Matt Green.
Go ahead.
Do I go first? Hey, would you?
Yeah.
So you grab this. I got it. You guys got them? Take it back. I'm gonna go up, straight up. Straight to the front.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Good? Yep. Thanks, sir. Good. Yeah.
Now that we've moved directions here, who's this female officer standing in front of the paramedic?
Officer Alicia Ward.
We can take it down. That's all the questions I have for you right now, Lieutenant. I thank you.
Cross-examination.
Lieutenant Tisdale, would you agree with me that there are limitations to body cameras?
Yes, sir.
And was that something that you experienced yourself when you were a patrol officer wearing a body camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the limitations is, I think Mr. Slothauer kind of referred to this in his direct with you. Somebody who's wearing the camera and is talking, you can hear their voice very clearly and loudly, right?
That's correct.
But that may not be being heard by people only 10, 12, 15 feet away. Is that true?
That is true, sir.
Okay. And that's been your experience as well as a patrol officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would assume when you were a patrol officer, sometimes you have cause as you're writing your statement or whatever, preparing for testimony in court, you might go back and review some of your body worn camera.
Yes, sir.
So you've had an opportunity to do that in the past as well?
I have.
Okay. Another limitation on body cameras, and let's talk specifically about ViView, because that's what was in effect back then, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is Axon better than ViView in that regard, do you believe?
In my opinion, they are, yes.
Okay. And then another limitation with the ViView cameras is they could get dislodged or fall off fairly easily. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you know, in this case, various body cameras fell off of officers. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. They continue to pick up people's voices or sounds that are going on around the body camera, right?
Yes, sir.
But we have no real idea who is able to hear what they're picking up. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair, sir.
Okay. Another limitation on the ViView cameras is you wear it on your chest, right?
Yes, sir.
So it doesn't even accurately reflect what an officer's looking at. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In other words, if I'm standing this way, looking over here at this table and I'm directing my voice this way, it's going to be filming you, right?
That's correct.
It may appear that I'm talking to you even when I'm not, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the same for other activities going on in the area. The camera, an officer is never allowed to carry it in his hand, is he or she?
No, sir.
So the officer can't use it like one might use a cell phone's camera recording function, can they?
No, sir.
Okay. They have to wear it here, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it's activated when they choose to activate it, correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, the body camera, there aren't external stimuli that automatically cause the camera to go on, are there?
Not at the time.
Which may be another improvement, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the technology at the time was somebody had to actually activate that camera.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Slothauer asked you about why are there 5 or 6 or 7 videos for one officer? And you said the reason is basically people can deactivate the camera and then activate it again. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so some officers, like Officer Ward, apparently deactivated and activated her camera a number of times. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to approach you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Lieutenant Tisdale, what I just handed you is a letter from September 17th of 2020. Is that correct?
Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
What is it that I handed to you, Lieutenant Tisdale?
An objection to lack of personal knowledge and lack of familiarity with this witness.
Response.
Judge, I don't know if he's ever seen this particular letter or not. I want to ask if he has ever seen this particular letter. If
You can ask him if you've ever seen it.
Okay. Have you seen this particular letter?
Not before now, no, sir.
It's not part of Aurora Police Department files.
I wouldn't have any knowledge whether it is or not.
Okay. Do you know whether it's part of the files kept with these particular body worn cameras?
We don't keep other non-digital evidence files with our body worn camera files. So we have a digital evidence repository that holds just digital evidence, videos, pictures, things of that nature, not Word files or PDFs or things of that nature.
Do you maintain a chain of custody or evidence list when you release data files to a different agency?
Yes.
Okay. And do you document and record when and under what circumstances that data is released to other agencies?
The police department does. I personally do not.
Okay. You, as in your current role, have access to that information. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you have been qualified as an expert witness in this area, the maintenance of these type of data files by Aurora Police Department, correct?
For our digital evidence, yes, sir.
Okay. And what we're talking about here is the digital evidence, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean when you say what we're talking about here?
The letter that I just handed you refers to the digital evidence that we're discussing, correct? The body worn cameras.
Speculation beyond this.
Sustained.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Hello again, Lieutenant.
Hello, sir.
Mr. Pello asked you several questions about the limitations of the body-worn cameras. Essentially, asking you sometimes the closer a camera is to an individual, the better they record, basically, right?
Yes, sir. For audio, yes.
And this was in specific reference to the V-View cameras, which you have personal experience with as an Aurora police officer, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your experience, is the opposite also true? Does the camera sometimes record things that you don't recall hearing?
I think that would be true, yes, sir.
And it sees things that you don't recall seeing?
Yes, sir.
And you might see things that the camera doesn't record, right?
Yes, sir.
And you might hear things that the camera doesn't pick up either.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we bring up Exhibit 107 at 225701? Oh, could we dim the lights?
Sure.
Thank you.
This way ahead.
Here, come back, dude. Come this way. There we go.
Can you back it up to just before 225700? Yes. So call it 225659.
We're trying to get in front of backwards.
Okay.
Because that was the only position I had.
Here, come back, dude. Come this way. There we go. Put his arm down here. I can drop my knee right in his tricep. And he can't move.
Sorry, perhaps I wrote that counter down. Can you back it up further? Perhaps 10 seconds from, so 225650.
And then I was in a bad position. I don't want to hurt his neck, so so I had to release because I was behind. It wasn't like.
So you went to put it on?
So it was like almost like a schoolboy trying to get it front and backwards. Okay. Because that was the only position I had.
Here, come back, dude. Come this way. There we go.
He's trying to get.
Put his arm down here, and I could drop my knee right on his tricep, and he can't move.
Make sure he can breathe. Keep it to the side.
He can breathe.
Okay.
Lieutenant, do you recall Mr. Slidhauer asking you to identify the voice saying, "You can breathe, you can breathe"?
Yes, sir.
Can you play it a little bit more forward?
All right.
I just have his arm.
I understand. I understand. Don't move your feet. Nope, don't do that.
Can you pause it? Can you identify the voice that just gave that command to Mr. McClain?
Sergeant Dale Leonard.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
May the witness be excused?
Your Honor, regarding this witness, we do have Lieutenant Tisdale under a defense subpoena as well, so we would ask he not be excused from our seat.
All right, I'll maybe he be excused for the moment.
May be excused for the moment.
All right, subject to the any other subpoenas you may have.
Judge, a wiser man than me once said it's 5 o'clock somewhere. We don't have any other witnesses this afternoon.
All right. Well, we'll take our afternoon break a little early. I'd like to have you back in the jury assembly room, folks on the jury. Really, hopefully we can get started at 8:30. That would be my desire. But once again, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage. Let me know if anybody tries to speak with you about the case prior to deliberations. We'll see you bright and early in the morning. All right, the jurors have stepped out. Any record we need to make before we break for the evening?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Nothing for Mr. Kudos, meeting judge. Do you want us back early? In case there's a record, we just need to confer on something that maybe is a short record. Anymore.
Well, we'll do it at 8:30.
Nothing from Mr. Cichuniec, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. The court will be in recess. We'll see you in the morning.